It is now time to begin the special open session to hear public comment before closed session. So we'll start with roll call.
Councilmember Brown? Here. Councilmember Jimenez?
The same thing?
Councilmember Zepeda?
Here.
Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Here.
Mayor Martinez?
Here.
And for the record, Councilmember Bana is absent for roll call. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Dorn versus City of Richmond. Item C2, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, include Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We have one request to address the council in person. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council before closed session, please raise your hand at this time. The speaker is Cordell Hendler. You all have 2 minutes to address the council.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Hendler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, first, happy St. Patty's Day to you all. So, when you go in the back, the unions deserve a raise because it's all about the money. So, when you go back in there, think about all the hard work and dedication that the unions have for the money. So, and I do have a little presents for you all for the regular meeting. That's it.
Thank you.
That was our only in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 4 speakers.
Okay. And the 4 speakers are Ben Terrio, Nathan Lonzo, Leems iPhone, and Alexander Kane. Ben Terrio, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and start.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Speaking tonight because, again, the city's continued failure to act on Detective Hodges and our contract is damaging this department and, again, sends the wrong message on public safety to every officer who serves this community. Detective Hodges is still not back to work, courtesy of inaction by City Manager Curl. That continues to be wrong, and the continued delay is indefensible. At some point, it stops being an issue and becomes of actual credence and becomes an issue of leadership. Every day, an experienced detective remains sidelined. The city makes a deliberate choice, or the city manager makes a deliberate choice, to weaken morale, deny the department needed experience, and avoid responsibility for the consequences. He has cases that are stacking up on his desk and victims in this city who he is not able to get to because of your inaction, City Manager Earl. Then there's the contract. Richmond cannot continue to expect professionalism, commitment, sacrifice from its officers in refusing to offer the stability and fairness that comes with a serious and legitimate contract. The city is competing in a real market for qualified officers, and the longer it drags us out, the more it harms recruitment, retention, and morale. You cannot undercut your own officers and then pretend to be surprised when staffing suffers or confidence in leadership decline. These two issues are connected by the same problem: delay, indecision, and a lack of urgency by the city manager and leadership. Officers are asked to continue to keep carrying the burden while the city keeps postponing action. So let me be clear. Return Detective Hodges to work and get serious about a fair contract. Richmond residents deserve a city that supports the people protecting this community, not one that continues to undermine them through inaction. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nathan Lonzo. You can go ahead and mute yourself and start.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nathan Lonzo, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Richmond Police Officers Association and the officers who serve this city every day. We're here again to ask this council to support a fair, competitive, and marketable contract for the Richmond police officers and to bring Detective Hodges back to work immediately. A couple weeks ago, I spoke to y'all in person regarding some of the tools needed for Richmond police officers to keep the citizens of Richmond safe. And I gave you all a little background into what this city once was, as far as crime goes, as far as where we were ranked nationally on the FBI's list, as the 7th most dangerous city in the nation, as a 9th most dangerous city in the nation. And the way we combated that was one of the tools you gave us was we negotiated a contract back in 2008 and 2009. And for those of you who weren't around back then, when Richmond was literally a war zone, that was the start of when crime and public safety crime started to turn around and public safety started to improve because we were able to recruit lateral officers from surrounding agencies because we had a competitive compensation package, and that allowed us to take experienced officers instead of having experienced officers taken from us. So you guys need to get to work and approve a fair contract for us so we can get back to providing the citizens of Richmond the public safety they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is a user with the name Leams iPhone. If you can unmute yourself and state your name for the record, you can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, hold on. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kevin Lemus. I'm calling tonight on behalf of the Richmond residents and the officers that we represent on behalf of the POA. Richmond officers deserve a better than continued failure of the city to act on two basic issues. Again, like my colleagues have said, Detective Hodges needs to be returned back to work, and we need to reach a fair contract. Unfortunately, things are lacking around here, and the morale continues to lessen every day that goes on. As well as Officer Hodges or Detective Hodges, however you want to look at it, by him being off, it continues to represent how we want to handle things on a bigger scale. Please, please, please make a decision and let's move into positive action. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alexander Kane. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and start.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alexander Kane, and I'm calling in tonight to represent the Richmond Police Officers Association and the Richmond police officers as a whole. Those officers deserve better than the continued failure of this city to act on two basic issues: returning Detective Hodges to work and reaching a fair and equitable contract. First, Detective Hodges is still not back at work. That is unacceptable. At this point, it's not just a delay. It's a conscious failure of leadership. Every day the city keeps an experienced detective sideline, it weakens the department, it damages the morale, and it tells every officer in Richmond that they can be left hanging indefinitely while City Hall avoids making decisions. That is not how you lead, and that is not how you support public safety. Second, the contract situation is just as bad. The city continues to act though officers should simply accept delay, uncertainty, and falling behind while still being expected to do one of the hardest jobs in local government. Richmond cannot claim public safety as a priority while dragging out a fair contract and refusing to address the real need for competitive compensation and stability. That is not just unfair to the officers, it's also reckless to the community. The truth is simple. When you delay the return of Detective Hodges and drag out a fair contract, you are hurting this department and making Richmond less stable and less safe. Officers see it, residents feel it, and city leadership should be held accountable for it. So send the message tonight. Return Detective Hodges to work and get serious about a fair contract. Enough delay, enough excuses, and enough failure to act. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Thank you. Then public comment is closed, and we will now adjourn to closed session.
Mayor, may I have a point
Yes.
of personal privilege?
Yes, please.
Okay. For the administrative record, as I have mentioned to council members individually, I make decisions based on written reports. I've said that to you all privately, and I want to say that now publicly. Until there are written reports provided for the administrative record, that's when I will move forward with next steps, always related to personnel matters. I also want to note that Chief Simmons is doing such a resounding job with recruitment that I'm meeting with him on Monday because I believe I have to update the city's 5-year financial forecast because we have so many officers in background and so many trainees in the academy. As soon as those numbers are able to be quantified, I will be happy to share those with the council. And I want to reiterate that being the Richmond City Manager is extremely difficult, and I'm not going to be bullied.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that you do, and we will now adjourn to closed session. Said that we're going to let the show begin. This is a special meeting for the Richmond Housing Authority. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Bonner is absent for roll call. Commissioner Brown?
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Presente.
Commissioner Zepeda? Commissioner Wilson?
Here.
Vice Chair Robinson?
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott?
Present.
Chair Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. And our next item is agenda review for the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Any changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none. Our next item is Housing Authority Open Forum. We have one speaker. Anyone joining us online that would like to address the council? Under Open Forum for the Richmond Housing Authority, please raise your hand at this time. The in-person speaker is Cordell Handler.
Thank you. So good evening, Chair Martinez, Commissioners. For the record, I am Cordell Handler and I'm a Richmond resident. So I was looking at the consent calendar and I think it looks fantastic. So it's up to you, Chair Martinez, to approve the consent calendar as presented by staff.
Okay, there are no other speakers. Our next item is the approval of the Housing Authority consent calendar.
And it is up to the council, to the
Commissioners.
board to approve the consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
I move.
Yes, I motion that we approve it.
I second it.
Okay, motion by Scott.
Motion by Tenant Commissioner Scott and second by Commissioner Jimenez. Commissioner Brown? Taking a vote. Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonner?
Yes.
Tenant Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda?
See.
Vice Chair Robinson?
Yes.
And Chair Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right. With that, this meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority is adjourned. And thank you, Commissioner Scott. It's always a pleasure. We will now begin the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Roll call, please.
It's over for me.
Councilmember Bonner?
I'm here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Zepeda? Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
608. Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review, and I do have one correction to the agenda. That is for item V1. The title is incorrect. The title should say fiscal year 2025-2026. Mid-year budget review. And that is all I have for agenda review. Nothing else? Okay. Our next item, report from the city attorney. A final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. No final decisions were made during closed session. I will note that we did not have an opportunity to discuss Dorn v. City of Richmond, and we'll be doing so at the next council meeting.
Okay, our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and Richmond community. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Next slide. Next slide. On March 12th, last week, the Richmond Rising team hosted a successful grand opening of the new Richmond Rising Hub at 1600 Nevin Avenue, which is above the BART Intermodal Station. Richmond is extremely fortunate that in the region, we not only have BART, Amtrak, but we also have AC Transit that you can connect to. And now city staff will be partnering with local nonprofits as part of the Transformative Climate Communities Grant, and will use this space as a central office space and ensure that the community has access to the space for numerous events that are planned. For those that are not familiar, the Transformative Climate Communities Grant was a grant provided by the state of California, and city staff has worked collaboratively with nonprofits to procure nearly an additional $20 million to provide improvements to the built environment that are designed to enhance health, economic, and environmental benefits to the residents of the Iron Triangle, Santa Fe, and Coronado neighborhoods. For additional information regarding this programming, feel free to scan the QR code. Next slide. I would also like to thank city staff for their outstanding work on the Safeguard Richmond Initiative meetings which were held on March 11th and 12th. In particular, thank you to the City Attorney's Office, Human Resources, Fire Department, and City Manager's Office, Gabino Arredondo, for all the services and all the service providers that support our community engagement effort. In total, there are approximately 70 residents who participated both in person and virtually. We heard strong interest in Know Your Rights, legal observer, and emergency preparedness training, along with a clear call for accessible information, trusted communication channels, and service delivered directly to the community. Thanks to all the staff and community partners for making these conversations possible. Next slide. I would also like to acknowledge Chief Aaron Osario. He's been appointed as the president of the Contra Costa County Executive Chiefs Association. This is a significant and well-deserved recognition of his leadership and commitment to public safety. In this role, Chief Osario will represent 6 fire agencies across the county, helping to shape policies and coordinate efforts on issues that impact fire protection and emergency services countywide. His responsibilities will include leading monthly meetings and engaging with elected officials throughout Contra Costa County. We are especially proud that he is the first Richmond Fire Chief to serve in this capacity. His appointment not only reflects his individual excellence, but also highlights the strength and professionalism of the Richmond Fire Department. We look forward to the leadership and perspective he will bring to this role and to the continued positive impact on our community and broader region. Congratulations, Chief Osario. Please don't take the camera off of him, KCRT. Thank you. Next, next, I would like to acknowledge Ruthie Dean. She was recognized by Senator Araheen as Woman of the Year. For those of you who don't know Ruthie, she's an amazing community leader. She is the executive director of the East Bay Center for Performing Arts. On behalf of the city of Richmond, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Ruthie for being named Woman of the Year and recognize all of her longstanding leadership and her deep commitment to the Richmond community. Throughout her work with the East Bay Center for Performing Arts, she has helped elevate arts, culture, and youth development as essential pillars of a healthy and thriving city. Her efforts have strengthened community partnership, supported economic revitalization, and ensured that the voices of young people remain central to our collective future. Thank you so much, Ruthie. Next slide. For those of you who have not participated in a spring egg hunt, I highly encourage you to do so, but please, if you're not under 10, if you're in the all ages category, please do not arrive and begin participating before 10:45 a.m. This is a great event that happens at Nickel Park. It's going to take place on Saturday, March 28th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And I would like to thank the community services staff and all the public works staff that are working together collaboratively to prepare for this event. Next slide. Also coming up on Saturday, March 28th from 4 to 7 p.m., please join us for a Taste of Richmond. Experience tastings from Richmond's local eateries, catering, and bakeries, and shop for unique goods from local artisans. Come celebrate Richmond's vibrant food and creative community. To purchase a ticket, you may do so at tasteofrichmondexperience.com or by scanning the QR code. And we want to thank all of the partners that are working together collaboratively with the Economic Development Commission and the Chamber of Commerce, Main Street, and lots of other nonprofit providers, including the Richmond Certified Farmers Market. Next slide. Thank you very much. And for those of you who would like to access any of this information, it's available at www.richmondca.gov. Thank you.
Our next item.
Excuse me. As part of your report, I would like to announce that today is St. Patrick's Day, and that's why many of us are wearing green. And I'm sorry that this meeting will take too long and I won't be able to buy all of you a Guinness. But next week is also a special day that we need to celebrate. And
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on behalf of our, oh, sorry.
Ms. Curl's birthday is next week, so we want to celebrate a little earlier than that.
Happy birthday to you.
KCRT, put the camera on City Manager Curl.
Happy birthday, dear Shasa. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, City Manager Curl.
Good. You got me really good. Thank you. I was not.
and now,
On behalf of our city, I want to extend warm wishes to all those celebrating Eid al-Fitr, which is coming up in a couple of days. After a month of reflection, fasting, and generosity, Eid is a time of joy, gratitude, and community. It reminds us of the shared values that unite us: compassion, service, and care for those most in need. So at the end of Ramadan, Muslims make a donation equivalent to the value of the food that they didn't eat while they were fasting to the needy. At the same time, we are approaching Nowruz, a Persian New Year. The spring equinox marks the beginning of the Iranian New Year on solar calendar. It's a celebration of renewal, hope, and the arrival of spring. This year, however, many in the Iranian community are marking Nowruz under the shadow of hardship and the pain of a war of aggression and instability affecting their loved ones. As a city, we stand in solidarity with all communities experiencing suffering and conflict. May this season of renewal bring peace, dignity, and safety to all. To our Muslim community, Eid Mubarak, and to all celebrating Nowruz, Nowruz Mubarak. Thank you.
So my apologies for cutting into your rhythm because I know you have a very good rhythm when you conduct this meeting. I will give it back to you.
Thank you. Our next item is open forum for public comment. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. During open forum, dialogue between the council and the speaker is prohibited. We do not have any items that were removed from the consent calendar. Tonight, we have 13 speakers in person. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time to be recognized when your names are called. We'll start with the in-person speakers and then move to the online speakers. When your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium closest to the wall. For safety reasons, all the aisles, including the area behind the speaker's podium and the staff presentation area, must remain clear. When you are called to address the council, state your name and your city of residence is optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. Each speaker shall be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. The City of Richmond welcomes your comments and requests that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 2-minute time limit. The first 10 speakers, Cordell Handler, Don Gosney, Claudia Citron, Tuan, Chris Moore, Edward Escobar, Laura Sharples, David Sharples, Elsa Stevens, and Mark Wasberg. Cordell Handler.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, what I'm passing out is, if you remember a few months back when I had presented a report regarding women in the workplace, I found some data that shows that women are being overworked because they have to prepare an agenda report to present to you all at council meetings. And I feel that it is time that they need support because they're overworked. Imagine them in their shoes. You got to figure out, you got to say to yourself that we need to treat our city staff with respect, which I do appreciate that, but still, we need to show them that we care for them. And we don't want them to go to another city because other cities pay more money. So if we want to keep them here, we need to show them some respect. So that's one. Number two is, coming up, I did put in a request to have the Salesian College Preparatory for a proclamation because I admire them because they've done their community projects all throughout San Pablo, and we don't hear nothing good about our schools. So I'm hoping that we can acknowledge them at a council meeting next month. And let's see what else I have since I have a few seconds left. And I'm in a good mood today because it is St. Patty's Day. So, you're gonna hear a lot of this. You're gonna see this fan at every meeting. So with that, I will pass my time.
Don Gosney.
Good evening. Have you ever noticed, even on a day-to-day basis, how many times we bring out the litmus test? That is, we use the litmus test to learn more about some of our friends, neighbors, and especially community and elected leaders. The litmus test is often pretty simple and tests the character of the person being tested. We see this on a regular basis, and tonight, in particular, the litmus test will be used to test many of the people in this room. What's scary is that many of you will fail that litmus test because you've been bamboozled by the people you surround yourself with to believe that you are doing the bidding of the populace in the whole. It ain't so. But you're all reasonably smart people, so certainly you know whether it's this upcoming election or any other election, we're going to remember how you did when you took this test tonight. Some of these people will stand before us, as we saw at the candidate forum last night, where we will be asked to trust them and then they take the litmus test only for us to learn that they are not to be trusted, that their values do not mesh with our own, that they're willing to sell their souls to garner just one more vote come June 2nd. So they'll make political alliances to sell out the community, hoping for just one more vote. What you do with a community leader that 100% ignores the verifiable presented facts only to replace them with the fake news coming out from under the rock that they frequently visit. And they'll try to bamboozle the public by telling them that they're only trying to protect them, all the while putting far more of us in harm's way, putting our safety at risk. And then there are most of our elected leaders that exhibit a tough time displaying that they understand that with district elections, it does not mean that they're elected to be the king or queen of your district. That way, the way these district elections work, outside of your power-hungry, deluded minds, is that you are elected by the people in your district to represent all of the people of Richmond. So when it's time for public safety, whether it's modernizing a fire station, building soccer fields, providing sanitary facilities, pushing for roundabouts, and a host of other amenities, our elected leaders are going to be looking out for all of us, irrespective of where we live and whether we drink from the same vat of Kool-Aid. And this takes us back to the litmus test. By the way, sometimes we all need a different mirror, one that tells us the truth about these litmus tests and not the one that lies to us on a regular basis.
Claudia Citron.
I hope that the city attorney is here. Council members are generally prohibited from using cell phones to communicate or text other than public business during meetings. It violates the open meeting law. So just to be clear, open meeting laws, it states that California prohibits the majority of council members from using a series of communication of any kind to discuss or vote on matters outside public view. Prohibited serial meetings, texting another council member during the meeting can create a serial meeting, a violation of open government laws. Local policies, many city councils such as Stockton explicitly prohibit cell phone use on the days for texting, restricting them to looking up information. Transparency risks. The council about public business, even and personal devices, can be subject to public records request. Exceptions is an emergency, full stop, period. There's a 5-minute Corky Pursuit speaking law. This has been violated forever since. Again, I'm requesting the city attorney to uphold the 5-minute speaking law the council has voted on, and it's ignored it forever since. There are certain things you guys vote on and you ignore. This is government corruption in open, plain view. I yield my time.
Tuan.
I'm here because we desperately need public safety. I say that because some of you voted to defund the police, and now we have a severe police officer staffing shortage. That is on you as leaders because you failed on public safety. When you run for office, I hope you remember how you voted, because now we don't have enough officers to respond to 911 emergency calls. Because now we have 4 carjackings in 4 different zip codes. Yes, that affects not just one district, it affects the entire city. When you vote, it impacts the entire city, just not your district only. The residents deserve better. And by the way, shooting, gunfire injury from 4th quarter this year compared to the year before, it went up 800%. Rape and assault went up. We desperately need public safety. And where is your leadership? Where's your leadership when that girl that was being trafficked relied on your decision to not be in gridlock, not to debate, to take immediate action to save a life? That is why you were voted and entrusted by the people. You have betrayed that trust, and a life was at stake. Make no mistake. When we had a press conference, it was broadcast live, and I called out the people who are responsible, who voted for all these failed policies that harmed the businesses, the residents, the families. And I said, people, these elected folks are politicians. They care about political ambition, not about the public. And do not vote for Calia Jimenez, and do not vote for Eduardo Martinez. You are accountable to the people.
Chris Moore.
Hello, Chris Moore. I think we've seen in the city of Richmond in the recent months a problem, and we've spent a lot of time in Oakland, but because crime is up significantly, shootings up 100%, 24 versus 12 over the same period, auto thefts up 30%, we have young women being trapped in trunks of cars, and we saw a couple weeks ago the city council decided to let that continue and decided to cancel the meeting or let the meeting run out. We heard a lot of this same misinformation that was being thrown around that evening at the City of Oakland. And the City of Oakland Council voted 7-1 to ignore the misinformation that was being communicated by probably some of the same people you have here tonight. They voted for public safety for the community. They voted for public safety for the 67%, about 300,000 people in poll after poll who want more technology for their community, and they want more law enforcement for their community. And they specifically pointed out in the city of Richmond how it has gone down ever since poor decisions have been made in the use of technology in this city. So we are, of course, standing here and we represent the community here and across all of the East Bay to do the right thing. Let's stop the violence that's going up in this community. Let's help out these teenagers, these women who are being sexually trafficked in this community. And the way to do that is by helping the community overall and not falling for the political, the misinformation, and the lies, actually, about technology that's
Your time has
being used in the
expired.
city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Edward Escobar. He'll be followed by Laura Sharples.
Edward Escobar, I'm the founder of the Coalition for Community Engagement, Citizens Unite movement. Members of the council, Richmond is at a breaking point, and the people most harmed by your inaction are the very communities this city claims to fight for. When you choose ideology over public safety, it is Black, Latino, and immigrant neighborhoods who pay the price. They are the ones burying loved ones, losing cars, closing small businesses, and living with fear, while this council debates theory instead of protecting residents. The data is not abstract. The pain is not hypothetical. The consequences are not evenly distributed. Crime in Richmond hits communities of color first, hardest, and longest. And every time this council sidelines public safety, you deepen that inequity. Residents across the city see decisions being made that elevate ideology over data, political symbolism over community safety, and internal factional politics over the voices of people who are begging for help. They see neighborhoods losing basic safety infrastructure. They see families afraid to walk to their cars. They see businesses questioning whether they can stay here. And they see a council more focused on ideological purity than on the safety of the people you serve. Some may believe these choices carry no consequences, but the public is not powerless. When elected officials refuse to protect their residents, especially communities of color who are disproportionately impacted, the public has options. They could demand resignations, they can organize recalls, and they can vote out anyone who treats public safety as optional. My message to you folks, do your job or you will be removed from your office.
Laura Sharples, followed by David Sharples.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Laura Godinez Sharples. I am a Richmond resident and I grew up here. I actually grew up on McBride Avenue visiting my madrina. And I'm here tonight as a resident, a homeowner, a taxpayer, asking for urgent attention to ongoing safety conditions on our street, which is between 23rd and 29th on McBride. I would like to acknowledge and thank the city for recent efforts to improve certain conditions along the corridor, including ADA-compliant corner improvements, tree trimming, red curb visibility markings, posted speed markings, and sanitation measures. These efforts are appreciated and show responsiveness to neighborhood concerns. However, many residents in the lower section of McBride continue to experience serious safety risks that these improvements have not fully addressed. For years, our section of the street has experienced dangerous speeding, repeated collisions, and daily risk to pedestrians and residents. I have experienced multiple vehicle damages and just outside of my house. These incidents are not isolated. They reflect ongoing public safety hazard. Residents have also observed that nearby corridors, including the roadway connection between 23rd and 22nd, include physical roadway features that appear to influence driver behavior and reduce speeds. We are asking that similarly effective traffic calming strategies be evaluated for the lower portion of McBride, where speeding remains a persistent threat. Our goal is partnering with the city, and we're willing to work with you guys, and we're willing to do our part. So we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Before you call the next person, I'd like to ask the audience to not clap while the speaker is speaking because it distracts me and I lose track of what they're saying because of the sound that's being made. So you can clap afterwards, and that would be much more appreciated. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Sharples. He'll be followed by Elsa Stevens, then Mark Wasberg, Jesse Turan, Oscar Garcia, and Sohila Bana. Please line up to speak. David Sharples.
Good evening, City Council members. David Sharples, Richmond resident, and I'm here today to speak out about the speeding cars on McBride Avenue on my street between 23rd and 29th. There have been numerous accidents over the years on this stretch of McBride, and I'm really concerned about the safety of my family and the families of my neighbors. I feel like it is only a matter of time until someone is killed or seriously hurt. I'm here because I want to see the city install speed bumps on McBride. We know the traffic engineer has told us that they can't install speed bumps because the street is classified as a collector street, but other streets like Garvin have had speed bumps installed, and I really think it would help improve traffic safety if we were able to install speed bumps on McBride. I think the city should reclassify the street so that speed bumps can be installed. Something really needs to be done to calm the traffic on McBride, and I really want to urge the city to have the engineer come out, meet with residents on McBride, and make a plan. And just wanted to add, folks talking about public safety tonight, I just want to say that I, for one, completely support our city's sanctuary law, and I would oppose increased surveillance, especially of our immigrant community.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Elsa Stevens.
Elsa, Richmond resident, Secretary to Faith in Action East Bay, a division of PICO, California. PICO endorses SB 995. Our Richmond City Council takes stands on national issues. Please support the Con Justice Act, California SB 995. It strengthens oversight of immigration detention in California. Senator Perez named it after Masuma Khan, a woman who was detained despite having no criminal record. SB 995 imposes fines of up to $25,000 per day per health violation and ensures access to state agencies to inspect facilities. Thousands of innocent Californians, many of them U.S. citizens, suffer and die today so that Palantir can make $900 million on no-bid contracts, helping ICE find targets. In just the past 12 months, GEO Group made $2.6 billion and Core Civic $2.2 billion. They boast significant growth opportunities. Nationally, health and social services were cut to enrich concentration camp profiteers. SB 995 monies will help fund immigration rights. SB 995 fights fascism. Thank you.
Mark Wasberg.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote.
Time has expired.
That was the President of the United States.
Jesse Turan. Jesse Turan.
My name is Jessie Turan. I am a homeless resident of Richmond, California. I live on a bus. Look at me. Look at me. I'm not dangerous. I'm not a criminal. I'm not a drug addict. I am not the reason why Richmond can't afford to build housing for low-income people. I have not received any money from the city of Richmond, and it is not my fault, and not the fault of my neighbors, not the fault of the homeless people, that no protections are in place for unhoused residents of Richmond. We have no power, we have no money, and we have no voice. No one listens to us. And yet we're blamed for the problem of homelessness. We are harassed by police constantly. We are given no place to go, and we are abused by random passersby in cars regularly, simply because we exist. Where are we supposed to go? Where? Are we supposed to just die? Like so many people that I know have died on the street because it's freezing and cold and raining and they have no protection, no sanctuary. I have been supposedly at the very top of Richmond's housing priority list for the past 5 years. I'm educated. I worked. I received Social Security benefits. And still I get zero help. Zero. Imagine the people that I know who are less privileged than I am. You know, we're told Richmond has received millions and millions
Your
and
time
millions
has
of
expired.
dollars. Thank you.
Oscar Garcia.
Good afternoon or good evening, City Council. My name is Oscar Garcia, a lifelong resident of the Iron Triangle. I'm here to speak about concerns with the ongoing crime issues affecting my community. Multiple recent homicides in the Iron Triangle continue to be unsolved. The Iron Triangle also continues to have most shootings and homicides. So I really, want to emphasize the Iron Triangle really needs your help. So far, citywide, there's been, so far in 2026, there's been 24 shootings versus 12 in the same time period in 2025. That's a 100% or doubling of shootings so far in 2026. These shootings also mean more people being struck by gunfire. I'm now hearing there were 4 carjackings all over the city. This is something that I've not heard in a while happening here in Richmond. These carjackings remind me of the recent violence in Mexico when the cartel head was killed. What needs to happen for these carjackings to be taken seriously? Do people need to die? I hear a lot of comments about how low homicides are, but that is a national pattern. The reality is that most people here in Richmond do not feel safe walking around, especially at night. And this is true for most of your districts. And so public safety is a human right, and we need you to make it a top priority. Thank you.
Okay, our last in-person speaker is Sohila Bana. And then we have 9 online speakers. The last speaker online will be Alexander Kane.
Thank you, I pass.
Okay. We'll move on to the online speakers.
Okay, the first group of speakers are a user with the name iPhone, Ben Terrio, Mark S., Nathan Lonzo, and Don. User with the name iPhone, if you could unmute yourself and please state your name for the record, you can go ahead and start. Go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Remick, and I'm representing the Richmond Police Officers Association. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Richmond residents deserve better than delay, excuses, and indecision. Detective Hodges is still not back at work, and that falls squarely on city leadership. Keeping an experienced detective sidelined while this city needs public safety resources is indefensible. The city manager's continued failure to resolve this is hurting the department, damaging morale, and shortchanging the people of Richmond. On the cameras, the issue is simple. Officers need them. Cameras are not some luxury or side issue. They are an essential tool for evidence, transparency, accountability, and public safety. If this council wants officers to do the job right, then it should stand behind giving them the tools to do it right. And on the police officer's contract, the same pattern continues. The city and the council says public safety matters. But when it comes time to support the officers who actually provide it, the urgency disappears. A fair contract is how you recruit officers, retain officers, and maintain a functioning department. Without that, Richmond keeps falling behind and residents pay the price. So enough delay. Return Detective Hodges to work. Support the cameras officers need. Settle a contract. The residents of Richmond deserve action, not no more dysfunction. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ben Terrio. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and start.
Ben Terrio, president of the Richmond Police Officers Association. City manager, you're not a victim. You're a public executive, and you're going to be held accountable for your words and decisions. Criticism is not bullying. Public scrutiny is not bullying. Accountability is not bullying. Welcome to the life of being a cop. That's the job. What is especially disturbing is to hear your statement that you might have to adjust the budget because so many cops have been hired. Well, that doesn't make any sense because the police department is already budgeted for full staffing. So how is that how budgets are supposed to work? The positions are there. The funding's supposed to be there too. So if hiring officers now suddenly creates a budget problem, then one of two things is true. Either you don't understand your own budget or the original budget was never honest to begin with. You can't have it both ways. You can't publicly budget for a fully staffed police department and then complain when those positions start to get filled. If the city budget for full staffing, then hiring officers shouldn't be a dramatic adjustment. And if it does, the public deserves to know whether the original numbers were real or whether the administration was selling a fiction. And let's be clear about management starts talking about changes to staffing, deployment, or other working conditions like officer-involved shootings. Those are not casual decisions. Those trigger bargaining obligations under the MOU. A unilateral change in working conditions is not leadership. It is a labor problem. And the fact that these comments are being made so casually shows that how serious lack of understanding about labor relations and a failure to consult with the people who actually understand them. That is why this matters. It's not about hurt feelings. It's about competence. This is about honesty and whether the city of Richmond has leadership that understands budgeting, labor law, understands public safety is a core city responsibility. The city manager is not being bullied. She's being called to account. And based on her own statements, that accountability is long overdue.
The next speaker is Mark S. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and start.
Good evening, Richmond. Chapter 3, Politics. And baby, Richmond has not disappointed. Politics are in full swing, and honey, the Pinocchios are multiplying. Let's start with the big one. The RPA keeps taking a victory lap over that $550 million Chevron settlement over and over like a greatest hits album nobody asked for. Well, Richmond's own Facebook page just outed the whole thing. The former city attorney proposed the tax structure. CBE and APEN, the environmental groups, they were the face of it then. And the unions, well, they did the actual negotiation when Chevron came a knocking. And here's the kicker. Chevron had already told the unions the maximum was $550 million before the RPA ever even pulled up a chair. So when Claudia and friends claimed they brought that money to the table and they pushed it to $550 million, that's a big old Pinocchio, Richmond. And the people deserve to know the truth. Now, at the end of the last council meeting, oh my, council members Zepeda made a perfectly reasonable motion. Go home, take a nap, come back bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to finish one item in the interest of helping victims of crime. But the 4 RPA council members said 2 weeks, victims can wait. Why? Because council member Wilson had a flight to catch, and apparently her 6 colleagues couldn't be trusted one single morning to discuss an item. Justice got bumped like a standby passenger 2 whole weeks. But that boarding pass wasn't going to stand itself, honey. Richmond is watching every vote, every excuse, and every rolling carry on heading out that door. And they're absolutely positively not laughing. Stay tuned. Chapter 4 is already steeping, and I'm sure Richmond will not disappoint.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nathan Lonzo. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and start. Nathan Lonzo, you can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Nathan Lonzo, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Richmond Police Officers Association and the officers who serve this city every day. I'm here tonight for one simple reason, and that's to demand that Detective Hodges be returned to duty. City Manager Curl has stated that she's not going to make any personnel decisions until she receives something in writing. Well, just like subject matter experts at the police department, informed her to bring back Detectives Remick and Detective Stocking, but she failed to do so and waited months upon months to bring them back, only to read the report from the DA's office that stated exactly what she was told by the subject matter experts at the police department, to include former Chief Bisa French and current Chief Tim Simmons. It's going to be the same result with Detective Hodges. As right now, it's just procedural. The investigation is done. It's over. The only thing they're waiting on, the DOJ is waiting on, is for the attorneys to write the final report. That's it. And if there was an issue, Police Chief Simmons would already be advised of that and would already be taking action. Instead, we have a detective who's been off for no reason against past pattern and practice before the recent shootings, and it's just unexplainable. You've been told there's been no wrongdoing. You've been told that with Detectives Remick and Detective Stocking. You ignored it. You're being told that with Officer Hodges. You're ignoring that.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Don, and the following group of speakers after that are Annie, Crescent, Xochitl, and Alexander Kane. Don, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Hello, I'm Don Nelson with the Richmond POA. I'm here to initially talk about Detective Hodges. He's served the city more than a decade. He's a 5-time consecutive Officer of the Year. He's well loved with community groups within the department. And more importantly, he's very well liked amongst several of the people that he's arrested in his time. He treats them fair, with compassion, and with respect. He's put his life on the line for this city and its citizens on countless occasions. And he recently had to take a life, which has affected him deeply. And to now be in this limbo with no procedure, it makes no sense. It's demoralizing, and it shows a lack of respect for what the officers do for the city. Not to mention, we've been out of contract since July of last year, with negotiations stalled and delayed unreasonably. What kind of message does that send to people that want to apply here? We want to attract good candidates, good officers that want to do community work. And we can't get that if we don't have fair compensation, if our officers are not treated fairly with procedural issues. And more importantly, the issue with the flock cameras, it hurts your citizens of this city when we're hampered by not being able to solve crimes. We've taken a step backwards. We have technology at our fingertips that helps us solve crimes. We've solved homicides, attempted homicides, carjacking, bicycle thefts, all up and down the penal code. We've solved just about everything with these cameras. And since we haven't been able to use them, we've been stymied on several investigations that we would have solved. It hurts your citizens. It hurts your officers. It doesn't do any good for the city. Trust your police executives to have good oversight of the technology to make sure it's not abused. That's what they get paid for. That's what you get paid for. You need to lead.
Thank you. The next speaker is Annie. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening. My name is Annie Pinnell, and as always, I am a proud Richmond resident. Tonight, I'm asking you to prioritize the voices and the needs of the real residents and community members in our public process. In recent months, I've been seeing a troubling pattern of outside speakers presenting themselves as local community members without disclosing their financial ties to the issues at question. Just this week, I heard a recording from a Spanish language radio show in which a non-resident, non-community member who has already spoken tonight confirmed that he was paid for his time, despite speaking here on behalf of the corporation under the guise of a community member caring about safety. I've been paying close attention to who's showing up for which agenda items, and the lack of transparency around these affiliations is deeply concerning. Public comments are meant to be fair, with one person having one voice, not a channel for well-funded interests to manufacture consensus. I'm also very disappointed that I was unable to attend in person tonight to show my face, because I'm also concerned that there was at least one unidentified Richmond taxpayer who commented on Zoom in favor of an item a couple weeks ago that was AI generated. Hopefully I'm doing a bad enough job that you can tell that I'm not. But that's a growing tactic in other public agencies, public comment sections, and that's something that we need to prepare for as a not great new threat. And I urge you to take that risk seriously and to strengthen safeguards to protect the integrity of public comment and to listen to the real humans who live and work in our city. And also, please don't reinstate the officers who kill people. It isn't demoralizing to be on leave, it's demoralizing to kill someone.
Thank you. The next speaker is Crescent. Crescent, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, my name is Crescent Diamond. I am a Richmond resident of District 1. First, I want to say that I heard two speakers just now, I believe both were from the police union, talk about flock cameras specifically in public comment, and I was under the impression that was not allowed tonight at public comment, so I don't know why they were not stopped. And then there were several speakers tonight who are clearly not from Richmond saying they're representing our community, and I want to say that they are not representing us. They are not representing our community. And we should be really listening to the people who are actually working in our community, the people who are working with the people living on the street, the community members who are struggling with homelessness, the community members who are struggling with violence, and the people who are really afraid to leave their homes, really afraid to go to school, to visit the restaurants and the businesses of Richmond because of the threat of our federal government. People who have not committed any crimes, who are not doing anything to actually endanger our community, but they are afraid to leave their homes. And, you know, I think this is what fascism is. And now we have these people coming to our city council meetings trying to sway you who are not even part of this community and saying that they're representing people of color, saying that they're representing young women. Like, come on. If we want to listen to young women, listen to young women. So I really urge you to think about, like, what does public safety actually mean? And I also heard one of the comments earlier sounded also like AI. It was a Southern accent. I don't know if that person identified themselves, but it seems to be a common theme happening at city council meetings. So maybe that's something we need to think about. How can we prevent?
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Sochi. Sochi, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, I am a Richmond resident, and I just want to speak to the earlier comments that are talking about we shouldn't listen to lies and misinformation and the skewed data. I hope that the City Council considers which speakers are actually from Richmond and are not in community with the residents here. For example, and I'm actually going to say his name, Edward Escobar is on record on that radio station saying he's paid by flock to go around various cities trying to convince you all, elected officials, to go against your own constituents who are actually impacted by your decisions. I can say that as a Latina Richmond resident who works in the community supporting our immigrant communities, that what makes us safe here in Richmond are programs and services that provide systems of care that help our residents feel truly safe. Just like there are people saying, just like there are people saying that they don't feel safe in the community to walk the streets at night or because of speeding cars, I know several people who don't feel safe when police are involved, nor when being constantly surveilled. I include myself in that. Like Jesse said when commenting about our unhoused community and like the immigrant communities I help support, there are many people that need services and resources that protect them without adding them into databases that track their every movement. We keep hearing about Remick and Stocking who murdered our community member in cold blood. We don't need that. We need services like ROC that serve our community members without adding more violence to a situation and who provide care and connection to resources. We all need safety measures in our community like traffic calming tools such as speed bumps and roundabouts instead of more surveillance that adds our names into systems that can be used for more racial profiling. Please, please put your residents first who need care and resources instead of resources that are going to surveil and track us even more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Alexander Kane. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin. Alexander Kane, you can go ahead and begin.
Good evening. My name is Alexander Kane, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Richmond residents deserve better than delay, excuses, and indecision. Detective Hodges, a 5-time Officer of the Year, a hero who has worked tirelessly to protect the Richmond community, is still not at work. That falls squarely on the leadership of this city. Keeping an experienced detective sidelined while the city needs public safety resources, it's indefensible. The city manager's continued failure to resolve this is hurting the department. It's damaging the morale, and it's shortchanging the people of Richmond. We can't get officers to come here and stay here, and there's one simple reason. That's our contract. The same pattern continues with that. The city council says public safety matters, but when it comes time to support the officers who actually provide that urgency disappears. A fair contract is how you recruit and retain officers. And that's how we maintain a functioning department. Without that, Richmond keeps falling behind. And the residents, they're the ones that pay the price. So enough delay. Return Detective Hodges to work. Support a fair and equitable contract. And give the residents what they deserve, which is action, not dysfunction. And like the previous person said, you want to talk about safety? You should leave it to your safety experts. You have the chief of police. You have subject matter experts. They all work for the police department. They all tell you the same thing. Make the decision that you know is right. Bring Officer Hodges back to work. Do it now. Do it while we still have time to help the city.
Your time has expired. Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Mayor, may I have a point of personal privilege?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Through the mayor as the chair, I want to state for the administrative record that I have consulted with the city attorney's office and outside counsel. There are 2 current pending investigations. One includes an administrative investigation. Being the city manager of Richmond is a difficult job, and I make decisions as much as possible based on written reports. As the City Council is aware, we adopted the fiscal year 25-26 budget with a 10% vacancy rate across all city departments. The City of Richmond also continues to negotiate in good faith with bargaining units, including our POA. I want to make sure that the City Council and the community is aware that I, as City Manager, support all City of Richmond staff, including all public safety personnel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar.
I need a motion and a second.
I move the item.
I will second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jimenez, second by Councilmember Wilson to approve the consent calendar. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bato?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is under budget session. And that is item V, like Victor 1. And that is the fiscal year 25-26 mid-year budget review. It's to receive the fiscal year 25-26 mid-year budget review presentation and report for the period of July 1, 2025 through December 31st, 2025, and adopt a resolution approving proposed fiscal year 2025 through 26 mid-year budget adjustments. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, raise your hand at this time.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Mayor, through you as the chair, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. I know that we have several items before you this evening that require city council discussion. So staff will go through the presentation expeditiously, but if at any point staff are going too fast, or if you would like staff to slow down, please do so. Overall, this evening, essentially what we're asking the city council to do is to allow for some mid-year cleanup adjustments. That's why it's the mid-year budget. And so this is for fiscal year 25-26. If there are things that the city council would like to consider that are beyond what are considered under the $1.4 million additional appropriation proposed for the utility user tax, we'd ask that we can gather the council's input now and consider those at Q3 if there's appropriate revenue to support them. But we want to be very thoughtful that you have several items to consider this evening, and so we're trying to set this up to enable you to approve these adjustments and to enable staff to continue to support the needs of the community. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Director of Finance, Emily Combs, to commence the presentation. Next slide. Next slide. KCRT, can you please, thank you. Next slide.
All right, good evening. I'll be walking through the overview right now. So we'll be covering the recommended action, the economic outlook, and fiscal headwinds that are currently facing the city. We'll cover general fund and non-general fund performance, proposed mid-year adjustments, and other operational or structural challenges. And then we'll close with next steps and, of course, an opportunity for questions. So tonight, we're asking that the City Council receive the presentation and the written report and adopt the resolution approving mid-year adjustments. Next slide. So before we look at the city's mid-year financial results, I just want to start with the broader economic environment, because these external conditions directly affect how we deliver services to our community. So global instability continues to create volatility in our financial markets, which drives fluctuations in our interest rates and inflation. So those shifts flow directly into our local operations. So for Richmond, the impacts are tangible. We're seeing increased costs in utilities, in our construction materials, in our equipment, in our contracted services. Obviously, if their costs are going up, they're going to pass that along to us. We still continue to see supply chain delays that are slowing down our project timelines, and even just modest interest rate increases can significantly raise our long-term capital project costs. So these conditions obviously affect residents, are affecting us all, particularly through higher housing costs and just living costs in general. So when those households budget tighten, residents turn to us for additional services, and that puts additional pressure on us as well. So because of these pressures, staff closely monitor interest rates, inflation, and market trends, especially in times like this. All these influence our investment income, which we rely very heavily on, and our OPEB, but just in our general pool, and our borrowing costs as well, and just the cost of maintaining our service levels. So our response to this is we continue to be cautious, we continue to be data informed, and we'd like to be just grounded in the long-term fiscal stability. So maintaining healthy reserves and just prudent planning gives us that flexibility to respond and absorb those costs as we move forward, but also fluctuations in revenues. Like that's why we set those reserves aside. Next. So we also review labor market trends since employment directly influences our sales tax revenues and consumer spending and demand for city services. So what this chart shows is how Richmond's unemployment rate has changed over time, giving us a sense of just the current economic or the local economic conditions. So comparing Richmond to national trends kind of helps us to understand whether local shifts are part of a broader economic pattern or it's just unique to our area. And I'm sure you can see through that trend probably what happened between the 2015 to 2019 timeframe. I believe that was a Chevron modernization project. Next slide. So the city continues to operate with a set of significant long-term financial pressures that influence our overall fiscal outlook. We have our aging infrastructure, which remains a major challenge for us. That's not unique to Richmond, and that's true for many cities. We have more capital needs than we have available resources. Currently, as reported out in our capital improvement program, we have identified about $900 million in capital improvement needs. And this amount is almost triple the amount that we receive in the general fund annually in discretionary funds. At the same time, that revenue growth, which is generally in the 3 to 4% range, which is tied in with like property taxes and sales tax, remains relatively modest. But what we're seeing is that that is not in pace with our expenditures. In addition to that, the federal government is no longer the reliable partner that it has been in their support of federally funded programs such as the Richmond Housing Authority, and we have other federally funded programs. Their support for these programs has declined over time. It doesn't meet the operational needs, which means that the general fund has to subsidize those programs, and we foresee that that will probably increase as time goes on. We also face substantial long-term liabilities in both pension and OPEB, and to the extent that we don't have the right, investment returns in those funds on the CalPERS side or in OPEB as the health premiums increase, our liabilities might increase regardless of how much we're contributing. Next slide. Personnel costs have steadily increased from fiscal year 21-22. So you're looking at a 4-year snapshot right here. So personnel costs represent about 70% in our general fund. And considering the fact that our sales tax and property taxes grow around 3 to 4% annually, we're not exactly on a sustainable path. And a lot of that is outside of our control, like I mentioned with OPEB and CalPERS. But a lot of this is just increases in our labor contracts, inflationary increases in benefits, and our long-term retirement obligations, or CalPERS. Next slide. So alongside our core services, staff are advancing several major policy, regulatory, and community-focused initiatives that reflect the city's long-term priorities. We are moving forward with advanced life support services. So we're continuing work on revenue strategies, which we'll bring forward to you in April, which will include a long-term operational planning and the capital needs associated with the future fire station improvements. So this is about ensuring that we can sustain that high-quality emergency medical response for the community. We are working on regulatory and policy updates. Staff are returning with updates on cannabis regulations, the stormwater and wastewater rate studies, revisions to the tobacco retailer license ordinance. These updates will help keep our regulatory framework current, enforceable, and aligned with our with community goals. We continue to work on many community-focused initiatives. We're moving forward with Kids First, Measures E and K work, community engagement on the Polluters Pay Fund, which is moving along, resident support policies such as immigration. We have Black Resiliency Fund. We also have the Community Crisis Response Program, which supports community-based behavioral health and social services needs. We have wildfire preparedness efforts and park and public art improvements. Next slide. We have some public hearings and compliance updates. This includes ADU zoning amendments, some fire code updates, and other state mandated regulatory actions. We continue work on operational and public safety. We're continuing essential procurement, training, and equipment approvals. We're on the next one. Along with ongoing emergency service efforts in support of unhoused residents. And we're continuing to work on economic development, capital projects, such as, which includes planning and redevelopment efforts associated with key sites, Point Mulati, Craneway Waterfront, and Eastern Village. All right, next slide. And Mubin Khatter, our Deputy Finance Director.
Good afternoon and good evening, Council and Mayor and City Manager. This slide actually discusses about $8.2 million, which was reported as unspent in one of the previous council meetings at the end of fiscal year 2024-25. We would just like to highlight that $8.2 million standalone might seem a lot a big number. However, if we look at today's budget for the city of Richmond for 25-26, it's in the ballpark of $700 million budget, general fund and non-general fund. So in that perspective, $8.2 million unspent is really around 1% of the city's total general fund budget. So like, that is really not a very high margin or a lot of funds with respect to the total budget of the city. That's really within the margin of error, for the lack of a better term. And city also, we would like to remind that the city's maintains about 21% minimum target reserve level. So 1% positive margin is really protective layer to keep that 21% margin. So this 1% margin is actually very crucial because it helps us sustain above the minimum reserve level for the city. And it also allows us to absorb any unanticipated inflationary adjustments in the expenditures, in the operating expenditures, and also helps us mitigate or deal with the unexpected contingency expenses to maintain the standard operations as well as take care of those contingencies. And what we're trying to say is like, the modest, about 1 to 2% unspent funds available at the end of a fiscal year are actually very crucial and actually a desired outcome. It does not mean that the city was poor at planning. It's actually where we wanted to land. And it actually really avoids to develop a structural deficit in the budget for the city. So that is actually a good thing. This snapshot is the revenue of revenues, year-to-date actual revenue for this fiscal year, and we told budget was like $308.5 million. Of that, the actual revenues are 52.6% of the budget, which is about $162.3 million. So almost all of the revenue streams are trending as anticipated, and we don't see any challenge or a negative flag in any of the revenue streams. The property taxes are 43.5% as expected by this time of the year, and sales taxes $27.7 million, 27.7% of the budget, and it is also as expected, and all the other revenue streams are also as anticipated, with the exception of utility users tax, where we are expecting a little bit like higher than expected revenue, higher than the budget revenue, and that will be discussed in one of the upcoming slides. This slide is a snapshot of year-to-date general fund expenditures at the end of midpoint of the fiscal year 2024-25-26. Total expenditures are $122.3 million of the budget, which is 50.1% if we include the encumbrances, and without the encumbrances is 46% of the budget. So if we look at the line items, we do see that salaries and benefits are around 50% of the budget, which is really the natural midpoint of the budget at the end of December. We want to remind that this budget, the actuals, and the budget does include about 10% vacancy saving, and also it did not include any funding for the COLA, for the MOU negotiations that are in progress right now. And these actuals do represent the implementation of the approved MOUs with the few unions that we have already implemented. It does not include any impact of the pending and ongoing negotiations. So we are really monitoring the line items and really monitoring the trend, like how the salaries and benefits will land. Currently, it's like, so basically stay tuned for those. Other than that, we don't see any concern at this point. However, given the inflation and the economic volatility going on in the U.S. economy and the global economy, we're really monitoring the expenditures and keeping an eye on it. However, at the end of December, there were no concerns. This slide represents the proposed general fund adjustments. As I mentioned earlier, we are anticipating $1.4 million additional or above a budgeted amount in utility users tax. We're very confident about this amount, hence we are proposing putting forward revenue adjustment, positive adjustment increase of $1.4 million in general fund revenues in utility users tax, and we are proposing these line items as counter expenditure adjustments. For example, $210,000 for corporation yard fence and $50,000 for key policy initiatives and parks, play structure replacements, and bathroom assessments for $347,000, and also facilities maintenance, power washing, and right-of-way for $100,000, and Richmond Art Lighting Phase 3 project, which is work on the three underpasses, McDonald Avenue, Brett Avenue, San Pablo Avenue. It's a Phase 3, and there's a funding shortfall, and we're proposing $700,000 in that project. So this is the $1.4 million in revenue and the $1.4 million in expenditures proposed adjustment by the staff. Here's a little bit of overview of the Richmond Art and Lighting Phase 3 project. The project will enhance public safety and lighting upgrades under the three underpasses, McDonald, Barrett, and San Pablo, and it will really impact the quality of life for in that area. And the proposed shortfall, the anticipated shortfall is $700,000, which is due to the construction bid came in a bit higher, and then there is some emergency reserve and contingency and all that. Different elements make up this shortfall. And this is a non-general fund revenue slide. Total revenues in all these funding groups, fund type groups, is $97.4 million, which is approximately 31.6% of the total budget. We need to remind that these capital funds are basically a lot of grants in all these non-general fund, in the capital projects. Generally, there are a lot of grant-funded projects which really depend on the reimbursements based on the project movement. So there is a lag there. And debt service funds are based on the debt service schedules and the reimbursements for other funds based on that. Enterprise funds are basically the port fund and the wastewater fund, and they have their own revenue trends. We do not see any particular red flags in any of these funds at this point. One or two funds there are under observation. We will be mentioning at the end of the PowerPoint. And this slide presents the non-general fund expenditure side. Again, the total expenditures are 39.4% of the budget with the encumbrances, and without encumbrances, 22.4%. And again, these several of these funds have project budgets in there, and those projects have their own timeline and their own speed depending on so many moving parts, and they are generally not like 12 equal monthly expenditure events. So the percentage is really the essence of showing like where the project stands. And again, we do not see any particular red flag in any of these fund categories as well collectively. So non-general fund budget adjustments are really the other side, primarily the other side of the general fund adjustment, because when we appropriate out of the general fund, we appropriate in the non-general fund, general capital fund. So we're like transferring for general capital for all these projects, with the exception of I don't think the impact fee for a fund where we are appropriating for the fund balance for personal protective services for $65,000. And also the wastewater, we are appropriating to cover the projected shortfall in PG&E costs for the wastewater fund for $315,000. So these are the non-general fund expenditure, revenue and expenditure adjustments. Yes.
So in terms of challenges, with a sprinkle of maybe some opportunities, there are several areas that we're looking at currently that definitely are influencing the city's fiscal landscape. So Public Works, along with SEI Consulting Group, is currently looking at your marina and bay landscape and hilltop maintenance districts. And we expect to have a report with findings and recommendations, and we'll bring that forward to you as part of our Q3 financial report. We're also looking at developer impact fees, or your Assembly Bill 1600 program. We are current on all of our updates. consistent with our Nexus study. But what we do not have currently, which we'll be bringing forward to you probably in early 2027, is a developer impact fee, like a spending prioritization policy. And then we're looking at, right now, there's a stormwater rate study underway. So data work and financial scenarios are currently being done, and a community survey will occur probably in May and June of 2026, so in the next couple of months. And then a draft report is expected later in the year. And then following that, there would be a Proposition 218 process, which is planned for early 2027, with the potential for new revenue beginning in January 2028 if it is approved. We also have several funds with negative fund balances that we're taking a look at. One, we're looking at RHA, but also the KCRT fund. What we're seeing is that cable franchise fee revenues are just not keeping pace. Customers are sort of shifting away from that traditional cable, and it is affecting the KCRT fund. We are expecting right now about a deficit by year end of about $416,000. So that fund will require a general fund subsidy. So we're definitely taking a look there operationally. So just overall, these challenges, what we look at, just sort of underscore the need for having reserves for long-term planning, so that we can make adjustments and not be so reactionary when these things emerge. All right, next slide. So looking ahead, there are several key milestones that will guide the remainder of the fiscal year. So first is tonight, we're recommending that the City Council approve the mid-year adjustments before you tonight. And then following that, on March 24th, we'll be presenting an update on Measures E and K, Kids First, which includes funding allocations and some and program progress. And then following that, in early April, we'll be presenting the ALS, Advanced Life Support Revenue Enhancement options. And then we'll have our Q3 budget report in May 2026. And then shortly after that, our draft fiscal year 26-27 budget, outlining the next year's fiscal plan and priorities, with final adoption of that budget, which is scheduled for June of 2026. Next slide. So that brings us back to the formal action before the City Council this evening. And we're recommending that the Council receive this fiscal year 25-26 mid-year budget review, report, and presentation, covering our financial activity for the first half of the fiscal year, and that you adopt the resolution approving our proposed mid-year adjustments in both the general fund and in the non-general fund. And that's all we have for you tonight. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. First in line is Councilmember Claudia Jimenez.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation, and I'm glad to hear we are making these adjustments. We seem to have a better financial situation, and hope we continue to do that. I just have a quick question. In attachment 6, which is the resolution, there is a table where you have all the funds for the adjustment. And I see that why you have the 347,595 for park structures and 700,000 for the Richmond art in the general fund expenditures, and then you have the same amount in the non-general fund revenue and non-general fund expenditure adjustment. Can you just...
Absolutely. So the council approved budget at the fund level, spending authority at the fund level. Since we track the capital expenditures in a non-general fund, just so we do not want to mix the operations expenditures with the capital expenditures. So these proposed expenditures are capital expenditures. So we need council to approve not only the general fund expenditure as transfer out, but also being expended on the general capital fund, the non-general fund, as the spending authority on that fund also needs to be increased.
Oh, okay.
So it's basically yin and yang.
Okay, it's transferred in and out, and you had to do that. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Cepeda.
All right, thought it was going to be later and thought there was going to be more people asking questions. Sorry, thank you for the presentation. Page 15, can we go to slide 15? Quick question on that. There's the cost plan reimbursement, and they're in parentheses. Is that a negative cost plan reimbursement? What is that referencing there?
Yes, absolutely. So this is actually recovery of the city's overhead.
Tell me more. So
from non-general funds. So like, for example, the city does provide HR, IT, and finance, and, city managers and city clerk and all that, those services are provided to non-general fund, let's say Port of Richmond, which is an enterprise fund, right? So that is where, we are recovering the overhead cost from those non-general funds for these operations, for these overhead services, the cost of doing business, basically. So Port of Richmond will have to have their own payroll, their own HR, their own IT, should we not support that
Perfect.
fund.
So that's what that is. Thank you. And then next slide, 16, you've got here parks, play structure replacements, and bathroom assessment. Can you tell me a little more about especially the play structure replacement and the bathrooms assessment? What is that?
Do you want me to take that one, Mubin? So pending city council approval right now, I've been working with public works staff and they've been working on an assessment citywide. So as specific neighborhoods have been identified as having broken play structures or things that need to be fixed, Darren, under Director Chavarria, they've been working systematically throughout the city to replace equipment. And so this is, since Darren is moving so quickly, this is an opportunity to provide additional resources to continue that work citywide.
Thank you. I just didn't remember this coming up before. But so this is something new that we're looking to do?
Well, we've been doing it already. There's been individual council members have contacted staff, or like community members are like, oh, the play structure is broken. But there are physical needs assessments taking place throughout the community. And as equipment is identified as needing to be replaced by staff, then it's being replaced.
And then the bathroom assessment, we're going to...
The way that we structured this in this manner to maintain flexibility.
Okay, because I know the last meeting we talked about bathrooms being needed in several places. So this is going to be assessing all the different parks.
Yes, we noted it as both pending staff capacity and like what comes up first.
Okay, and then our vote. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then lastly, slide 20. The PG&E shortfall in PG&E costs, is that due to PG&E continuously increasing their rates, or where is that cost coming from?
Yes, there have been a significant increase in rates. And then also what I wanted to lift up, and what Director Combs talked about a little bit, when we began this budget process, right, we were in a different economic climate, right? We were not anticipating having as many conflicts and wars taking place. And so we are bracing for continued inflation, and that we are also concerned about how the projects are going to come back that are currently in the pipeline that are being bid. And so we will continue to monitor things, and as they come up like this, in this instance, like, oh, there's a shortfall here, we're going to try to quickly identify that for city council and make sure that you all are aware of it. And I think it is very important for the city council in the community to understand like the breadth of the budget, and that we're over a $500 million organization, and that this is a significant undertaking, and it's really remarkable. I want to thank the City Council for your leadership in getting us off the state audit list, and then also thanking staff and the council for being supportive of. We have over 160 grants valued at over $250 million. And so with those grants, there's a great deal of responsibility, and frequently, like we're coming to you this evening requesting $700,000 because there's a shortfall. But we're going to continue to make the council aware of when we apply and receive grants, and then if something is in construction and it comes back to, and maybe there's a change order needed in the field, or when it goes out to bid, if it comes in lower or higher, then we'll continue to keep the council updated. But right now we have over 160 grants valued at over $250 million, which is really remarkable for our community. So I really thank staff and the council for your support.
Thank you so much. No further questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Bano?
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Great work, and I'm very happy we have additional 1%, not being short in the budget. Yeah, but very good job. I don't see contingencies like for parks, bathrooms, or other items. Are you spending all the way through, or is there contingency somewhere?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Bonner, are you, which item are you referring, on which page?
Well, I just remember that recently we had a conversation with the Public Works Director about the budget that was approved for Hilltop Green emergency exit, and the costs have risen, so it may require more. I wonder if there is contingency anywhere, or should we ask for it now?
I am not privy to that particular project. We can handle it two ways. I want to be thoughtful about time and that you have 6 items that you want to talk about this evening. So Mayor, through you as the chair, we're happy to send the council an email on that item because I don't know off the top of my head. And if there is an additional appropriations needed, we can bring that back to city council. Either
Awesome.
as Q3 or some other time. I don't recall the administrative record, so I would ask staff to put that together and we'll share it with the council as a whole.
That would
Thank
be
you very
fine.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, yes, go ahead. Vice Mayor.
So just quickly, I wanted to ask a question, and maybe we can take this and get it back to us after as well, so we don't take time here. But, you know, I think it's important that we mention the facilities and parks assessment, and I think it's a huge and important part of the kind of process of allocating CIP funds. It'd be great to know when that's going to be done. And just confirm that it's going to include an outline of the facility needs, so kind of what we need to fix and on what schedule, and things like that.
We will follow up in writing, and we'll also put something in the city manager weekly report so that it's available to the community.
And if you could also include in that just the list of the parks that have been getting these improvements, you know, safety improvements, things like that. I think I know them because I'm the liaison to the Parks and Rec Commission. So I know this long list of parks that everybody's been complaining about and all the issues that have been happening. And it is so good to have funds that we could allocate to it. So it'd be good to just give council information about where that line item is, what that line item is servicing.
Okay, thank you. We will do that, and we will also, if I may, Mayor, we will add to that the timeline for the 3 parks that are coming online this summer.
Yes.
There's 3 parks that the council has allocated funding to, and as well as we'll bring at 3Q the additional staffing that will be required to support bringing those parks online.
Fantastic. Now I need a motion to,
I'll make a motion to approve the item.
I
We
second
have
it.
public comment.
I'll make the motion to approve the item after public comment.
yes.
I second it after
We
the
have,
public comment.
can you wait? We have 1 in-person speaker. We have 2 speakers online. The last speaker online will be Kevin's iPad. Cordell Handler?
Yeah. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, and I am a Richmond resident. And thank you, Emily, for that presentation. So as you heard, just approve the item as presented. That's it.
Please call the online speakers. We have, excuse me, ma'am. No. You are not signed up to speak. Please take your seat because you are late.
Let me speak. I didn't know that I had to do it before the agenda. Please let me speak. I have something important to say.
Mayor, we're happy to talk to the person directly with staff. Thank you.
I need to speak with the whole community. It's not just about the mayor. It's not just about the council. It's everyone that's here. It's everyone that's listening. They need to hear it too. That's why we're having a community meeting.
Mayor, thank you. Please call the online speakers.
Okay, the online speakers are Ben Terrio and Kevin's iPad. Ben, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Ben Terrio, president of the Richmond Police Officers Association. It's interesting to hear these same type of comments before. I'll draw your attention back to 2023 when the current city manager started to publicly admit this practice of kind of austerity by not hiring to fill vacancies or slowing down other hires to help balance the budget. That was something that all the unions took note, especially during the time of the state audit. But that this kind of forced austerity comment and discussion was brought up before in November of 2023. The other thing I'd like to raise, I'm listening to this budget, is that kind of pick up the things that are being put down here to kind of build the framework, which is essentially we're putting out this kind of like we're broke message, or bracing for continued inflation, or we have to worry about things that are happening around the world, which there's always crap happening around the world. It's nothing new. Bracing for continued inflation, expecting capital improvements projects to need additional funding. These types of things are all things that are being said that are just essentially kind of trying to lay the groundwork of why there needs to be some type of budget cut in one way or the other. So I hope council is focusing and listening to that, to what actually is being put on the ground here, because it sounds like more of the same. It also sounds like, again, we're not going to try to fill positions for staff, which again is a problem. It's you budget these items, budget these positions, and then to all of a sudden make a left turn and be like, oh, just kidding. That's a problem. And again, that shows the budgeting priorities and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Kevin's iPad. If you'll state your full name for the record, you can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Kevin Tisdale for the record, President SEIU. So just want to echo some comments. So first off, the mid-year was maybe from this report is usually given in January, February. So now we're in late March. So I'm sure the number of 8.2 is a little bit higher now, the actual number. The other thing is SAU's current vacancy rate last year was about 19%, almost double what the city manager's allotted 10% is. So if we take that into account, that city services are about 80% of what they should be or what they're funded to be. So, when we look at these numbers and where the savings are coming from, it's coming from the community was supposed to be out there, was supposed to be provided to the residents. So just want to make that known. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Mayor, we have, just to clarify, at this juncture, in the last 4 years, we brought on board, we're getting pretty close to 100 additional FTEs, and we've had about a 30% increase in what we're spending overall on staff costs that represent that increase in hiring across the city. So just wanted to make sure that the council is aware. Director Combs went over that in detail this evening, illustrating on slide 7 that in fiscal year 21-22, we were at approximately 146 million in personnel costs, and now we're at about, in last fiscal year 24-25, we're at about 190 million. That represents nearly a 30% increase. And so really appreciate the council has been supportive of working collaboratively with staff to increase hiring across the city, and we will continue to do so in an incremental manner. And we have reporting requirements per the state of California. Well, we will bring a report like we did last year to the council, and the bargaining units that are interested will have an opportunity to present to council on the vacancy rate, but it has significantly been reduced. Thank you.
Okay, we had a motion and a second. And public comment is closed.
Okay.
Motion, on a second.
Who made the motion? I'm sorry. Zepeda, second by
I did.
Councilmember Bonner. Thank you. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is public hearing. It's item W1. It is to introduce an ordinance for first reading, rezoning to add a L landmark overlay district to the RL1 base zoning district to the John Haley Studio House located at 771 Ocean Avenue in Richmond, 94801, for the purpose of listing the property on the Richmond Historic Register.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members, members of the public. I'm Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. I'm joined this evening by Avery Stark, our planning manager, as well as Michelle Morris, the senior planner assigned to this project. This evening, we'll be presenting a project to rezone a piece of private property with a landmark overlay for the purposes of designating this as a local Richmond historic property. So with that, I will hand it over to Michelle, who will be doing the remainder of the presentation. Thank you.
Just let me request that anyone that would like to address the council on this item that's joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. I'm Michelle Morris, Long Range Planner for Richmond. I'm providing an overview of the landmark designation and zoning map amendment for 771 Ocean Avenue, previously the residence and studio of John Haley. The property owner, Joy Tahan-Rettle, and a representative and architectural historian, otherwise also known as one of our HPC commissioners, Caitlin Hibma, are here, and Ms. Hibma will give remarks after my presentation. Staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing and introduce an ordinance rezoning to add an L landmark overlay district to the RL1 base zoning district to the John Haley Studio House at 771 Ocean Avenue, Richmond, 94801, for the purpose of listing the property on the Richmond Historic Register. This brief presentation will include a brief review of the project and site background. I'll explain the Historic Preservation Commission and Planning Commission meetings outcomes for the proposal, and I'll summarize the support for a new landmark overlay district and how the findings for the rezoning are being met. And lastly, I'll reiterate the staff's recommendation to the City Council. As you can see here, this is a snapshot of our zoning map next to a portion of the boundary survey of the subject property. As detailed in the agenda report, the project site at 771 Ocean in Point Richmond has an enviable view of the Richmond shoreline. The studio house was owned and occupied by John Haley, who was a significant and influential figure in Richmond, the Bay Area, and the California art world. John and Monica Haley, his spouse, were the original owners of the studio/house, built in 1932. The studio house depicts the typical form and design of a Second Bay tradition style of architecture in both the original portion of the residence, built in the 1930s, and an addition that was built to the home in 1949. The studio house has been nominated for its architectural merit and association with Haley, who also taught at UC Berkeley. He utilized his studio for his art practice. Haley's art and teaching while at UC Berkeley, along with his peers and colleagues at the art department, generated a style that became known as the Berkeley School, which was characterized by a unique treatment of space and use of colors. This project required the review of both the Historic Preservation Commission and the Planning Commission. The zoning code required that the HPC recommend to the Planning Commission and the City Council the approval of the proposed rezoning and designate the property as a landmark overlay district, which would then list it on Richmond's Historic Register. Planning Commission Resolution 2601 is included as Attachment 5 to the agenda report. And then there are the findings. The HPC recommended to the City Council that they approve the John Haley Studio House as a historic resource, as required under Richmond Municipal Code Section 15.04.303.060, by meeting any of these criteria listed here. The applicant's California Department of Parks and Recreation primary record form, otherwise known as the DPR form, and project statement give details on how the Haley Studio meets 5 of the 6 findings for a landmark designation. So you'll see this here in red. The red ones are the ones that they've met. The third one doesn't really apply. The property is notable because it does not appear to be significant under criterion 3, because it's a single-family home in a residential area and doesn't represent a broader trend in the geographical growth, transportation modes, or community planning. At the Planning Commission meeting held on January 15th, 2026, the Commission recommended that the City Council make findings A through D, which are required by sections 15.04.814.050 for approval of a rezoning. Finding A, the rezoning is consistent with the general plan, specifically under Historic Resource Preservation Policy, HR 1.1, Preservation of Diverse Resources. This policy encourages preservation of a diverse range of historic and cultural sites. Under finding B, the proposed rezoning will be a cultural and historic benefit to the public by preserving the history and the residence of the significant and influential figure, John Haley. Finding C, the rezoning is exempt under CEQA, Section 15308, which consists of actions by regulatory agencies as authorized by state or local ordinance to assure the protection of the environment where the regulatory process involves procedures for the protection of the environment. And lastly, finding D, the subject site is located in an area already served by community facilities, utilities, and transportation systems, and doesn't propose an expansion of its permitted uses. It will not be detrimental to the use of adjacent properties. And you see here the rezoning map that we proposed. The rezoning of 771 Ocean Avenue will be a new landmark overlay district and a historic resource as shown here on the proposed rezoning map. The landmark overlay district will appear as a hatched pattern on the zoning map. And lastly, very recently, the rezoning and landmark overlay district proposals received emails in support from neighbors in the Point Richmond neighborhood. I've provided copies of the emails to you and placed them in the public comments binder. Therefore, staff recommends that City Council hold a public hearing and introduce an ordinance for rezoning to add an L landmark overlay district to the RL1 base zoning district to the John Haley Studio House located at 771 Ocean Avenue for the purpose of listing the property on the Richmond Historic Register. And if it pleases the council, perhaps the second read of the ordinance could be scheduled for the next City Council meeting, March 24th. The applicant's representative, Caitlin Hibma, is here to make her presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. I would like to hear public comment first, and then we will have questions from
Okay,
council.
we do.
KCRT, can you do the additional presentation?
Yes.
Please.
That's right. So it is open to public hearing.
What is this? Is this part of the?
She's part of the applicant.
Oh, so she's part of the presentation?
Part of the staff presentation.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Press the button, please. Press the red.
Button? Other button. All right. My name is Caitlin Hibma. I prepared the nomination for this property. I'm an architectural historian. I'm also the vice chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. And I'm here representing the property owners, Joy Tahan and David Rudell. Their main intent with this nomination is to honor the history of the property and the legacy of John Haley and his wife, Monica, who were both very involved in the creative community in Point Richmond and beyond, and to put protections in place for the future to preserve this property. Designated properties are subject to a more rigorous environmental review when a project comes up, so this nomination and this designation would lend that protection to this property. Next slide, please. So the property is, I'll try to keep this brief and not repeat too much, but the property is at 771 Ocean Avenue. and we know it as the John Haley Studio House. It was built in 1932 by John Haley, who is an artist and a professor of art at UC Berkeley. He's credited with originating and proliferating the Berkeley School style of modern art, which was a pioneering shift away from traditional Beaux-Arts type painting and sculpture, and also a shift away from East Coast styles of modernism. So it was a totally West Coast thing, and it originated here. Can we do the next slide, please? He especially explored regionalist subject matter from the Bay Area to Western ghost towns, and then later shifted towards abstraction. He was extremely prolific in his artistic practice, but he was also a highly respected teacher who helped make the art department at UC Berkeley very respected. And he generated numerous student disciples who then went out and proliferated the Berkeley style elsewhere. His career spanned over 60 years, and he was well recognized by his representation in solo and group shows nationally and internationally, complimentary critical review, and a number of awards given to him. Next slide, please. The studio house was built during the Great Depression, and no architect was employed. Instead, the design was based on Haley's own experience in Europe and using the designs of studios he saw there. At the time, the bay side of the hill was very sparsely developed. And so these studio houses represent some of the earliest modern design in the neighborhood, which quickly developed into an enclave of mid-century modernist architecture and also harbored a community of artists and intellectuals. People like Ansel Adams, Churio Obata, Hans Hofmann, and William de Kooning all came to the point and visited with the Haleys and did work here, which makes this site particularly important. We've also been doing, some colleagues and I have been doing some additional exploration of these topics in Point Richmond, and we've really identified that it's a pre-war nucleus of experimentation in modern architecture that you don't find elsewhere in the Bay Area. There's plenty of great modernism elsewhere, but it started here with these experimental houses that they were building on the shoreline. I should also mention that, next slide, please. Shortly after the house was built, the studio was built, they turned it into a studio house, and John's wife, Monica, also lived there. And she was very instrumental in child artistic education here in Richmond. She was an arts administrator with the Richmond Unified School District, and she wrote and published on the topic of children's art in a collection of the art that she gathered from students during World War II is now kept at the Richmond Art Museum. So she was an artistic-minded person in her own right, and they helped generate this community of artists around them. In 1949, an addition was put on the rear of the house. Sometimes we consider additions to degrade integrity, but in this case, the addition was designed by Roger Lee, who was a pioneering Chinese-American architect in the mid-century. And this is a great example of his early work. And really, it's of the same style, but a later iteration of the same Second Bay tradition style. So it's an interesting illustration of architectural evolution, and so therefore is also important to the property. Can we do next slide, please? John Haley died in 1991, and Monica died in 1997. The house was left in trust to their close friend, Gregory Gent, who was also their gallerist, and I believe he sent you a letter of support describing his impressions of the house and why he thinks it's historic, or it should be designated historic. Ultimately, the landmark nomination finds that 5 of the 6 criteria for listing have been met, which is a very high bar. And this represents a place where an influential artist lived and produced his significant work for nearly 60 years. It contributes to a rich history of intellectual and creative community in Point Richmond, and it embodies the characteristics of a distinctive regional architectural style designed by a prominent and pioneering Bay Area architect. So that is why it is important and should be designated historic, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you. We will have, it's actually time to open the public hearing. So Are there any speakers?
We do not have any in-person speakers, although there's one person that was not able to sign up on time, so they went online to try to sign up, still late, sitting here in the chambers. So I would say we don't have any speakers.
Okay, thank you. In that case, public hearing is closed, and it is now time to ask questions. Do we have anyone from, no questions? Well, I do. I have several. To begin with, I noticed that there was a mural and that the mural was covered up. Can you explain to me the significance of the mural and why we lost it?
The mural was done by Haley during his WPA period in the 30s. He was just kind of messing around and put this mural around the fireplace. He later decided he didn't like it, and he covered it up with some paint that has been very difficult to remove. So it's been partly conserved, but not fully, unfortunately.
Okay, and next question. What differentiates the first, second, and third Bay tradition styles?
Okay, well, I gave a lecture on this the other night, and it took an hour, but First Bay tradition was like Bernard Maybeck, Julia Morgan. It was traditional, but using the brown shingle cladding and getting into some very historical references. The Second Bay tradition went very modern, but it started using, it still used those rustic materials like wood shingle, but started using experimental materials like marine grade plywood for siding. I had much more clean lines, but it still represented this theory of California living and the indoor-outdoor lifestyle, the more casual lifestyle than back east. And the Third Bay is just kind of a further evolution of that. It's more in the 60s through the 80s, and it's the epitome is Sea Ranch. It's very cubic and has shed roofs, but it still uses those rustic materials. So it's a progression of modern thinking in architecture, but it happened only here in the Bay region.
Okay, and next question. He was associated with the Berkeley School of Art. What painters came from his tutelage and what contemporaries painted with him?
Well, like I said, he invited, one of his mentors was Hans Hofmann, who was European modernism, and he came to the point, he brought artists like William de Kooning, Ansel Adams, Chirio Obata, who was a Japanese-American woodblock and watercolor artist, and there was one other person I was thinking of. He brought them to the point, and they wandered around in the point. They did a lot of plein air work, which means painting on site in the area. As you saw in my presentation, there were a lot of paintings of the houses themselves. So Haley and his contemporaries used Point Richmond as a subject matter as well. Worth Ryder was the other person I was thinking of, and he actually used the studio next door to Haley. He was also a professor at Berkeley, and I think Berkeley's art gallery is currently named after him. So he and Haley, Worth Ryder and Haley, were really proponents of the Berkeley School, and it's kind of realism but translated with modernism.
Okay, you mentioned the people you mentioned are East Coast, international. Are there any that come actually from the Bay Area?
Well, Chirio Obata was here in California most of his life. He was interned here. He came back. Ansel Adams was also heavily involved in the Sierras and wildlife photography throughout California. So I can't name any more specific. There's a progeny of artists that came out of Haley's school. I'm not sure we'd recognize any of their names outright today, but those are the big names I can think of.
Okay, and let's see. One thing that I didn't see included were floor plans and the progression of floor plans as the additions were made. I think that would be very interesting to include.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an architect, so I don't do drawings. We did not find any original drawings anywhere, so they would have to be recreated as built, which is an expense and is not something that's typically included in landmark designations. For one thing, landmarking does not give local municipalities jurisdiction over the interior of a building, so we don't typically talk about the interiors or floor plans or things like that. But for documentation purposes, it would be interesting.
And then last, I went to Frida Kahlo's house in Mexico City, and that was quite a interesting tour. I was wondering, when buildings are become historic landmarks, is there ever a chance for tours for the public to enjoy the actual buildings?
Yeah, it's not mandated. Often, local historical societies, say the Point Richmond History Association, might initiate some sort of house tour, and the owners might be asked to participate, and they might agree, or they might not. But it's not a requirement of landmarking.
Okay, that's the extent of my questions, and thank you very much. It was very fascinating, and I'd like to learn more. So if there aren't any other questions,
I
then,
moved the item.
I'll second.
okay, so we have a
Motion and second.
Motion by Councilmember Bonner, second by Councilmember Zepeda.
yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Robinson is absent for this vote. The motion passes with Councilmember Vice Mayor Robinson absent. Our next item is under new business, and it's to receive a presentation and direct city staff to initiate procurement of a new agreement through a competitive procurement process to hire an operator to operate, maintain, and improve the city's wastewater treatment plant, wastewater collection system, and storm water collection system. If there's anyone joining us online that wishes to address the council on this item, raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, I'm the Public Works Director, and with me tonight, I have our Deputy Director of Public Works, Mr. Tawfiq Halabi. I have a consultant water, Mr. Jacob Geis. And online, we have Bradley Harms, our environmental manager, and Nicole Granquist, who is our outside counsel for Baykeeper Legal Matters, who's been working with the city since 2006. So tonight, we're going to present to you the options to deliver wastewater and stormwater services beyond May 2027. And I'm going to pass it to Mr. Jacob Geis.
Great. It's on screen. Great. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you and good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. So my name is Jacob Geis. I'm with WaterEarth. WaterEarth was engaged by the city to evaluate potential service delivery models for Richmond's wastewater and stormwater services. Tonight we will summarize the findings of that feasibility study and walk through the key considerations the city faces as the current operations and maintenance contract approaches its expiration in May of 2027. The recommended city staff and ad hoc committees action of today's presentation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, there's too much noise.
The recommended action of today's presentation is to direct city staff to initiate procurement of a new agreement through a competitive procurement process to hire an operator to operate, maintain, and improve the city's wastewater treatment plant, wastewater collection system, and stormwater collection system. Today's presentation will cover several key topics. We will begin with the current context and background of the city's wastewater and stormwater systems. We will then discuss the regulatory framework and the evaluation criteria used to assess different service delivery options. Next, we will review the 3 service delivery pathways that were analyzed and compare their timelines, risks, and cost considerations. And finally, we will summarize the recommended path forward and proposed procurement timeline. The city's existing agreement with Veolia expires May 15th, 2027, which means planning must begin now in order to ensure continuity of operations and regulatory compliance. The city must comply with regulatory requirements, which will be emphasized later in the presentation. And tonight's presentation will summarize the options evaluated and provide information to support City Council direction on the preferred pathway moving forward. Richmond's wastewater service structure is unique because the city is serviced by 3 separate wastewater districts. The Richmond Municipal Sewer District serves central Richmond and operates the city's wastewater treatment plant. The Steege Sanitary District serves the southern portion of the city and conveys flow to the East Bay Municipal Utility District for treatment. And the West County Wastewater District serves northern Richmond and operates its own treatment facilities. Understanding this regional structure is important because it influences governance, coordination, and long-term planning. Richmond's wastewater and stormwater infrastructure consists of 3 interconnected service areas. First is the wastewater treatment plant, which treats municipal sewage before discharge to the San Francisco Bay. Second is the wastewater sewage collection system, which conveys wastewater from the homes and businesses to the treatment plant. Third is a stormwater collection system, which captures rainfall runoff and protects the community from flooding. Together, these systems form a large and complex utility network that must operate continuously and remain compliant with state and federal regulations. The city currently contracts with Veolia to operate and maintain the wastewater treatment plant, as well as the wastewater and stormwater collection systems. This contract structure has been in place for many years and was extended to expire in May of 2027. Under the current arrangement, Veolia has been responsible for operating the treatment plant, which includes the secondary treatment, disinfection, and 20 million gallons per day capacity, maintaining and improving sewer collection systems, which encompasses 196 miles of sewer pipeline, almost 3,000 sewer manholes, and about 15 sewer pump stations, maintaining and improving the stormwater collection system, which involves over 169 miles of stormwater pipelines, almost 1,700 storm drain manholes, and about 7 storm drain stations. All this also includes responding to storm system emergencies, providing annual reports to the San Francisco Water Board, and assisting the city with capital improvement projects designed to rehabilitate aging infrastructure and improve environmental performance. Because of the upcoming expiration, the city must determine what the next service delivery model should be and begin planning. As of that, a feasibility study began in 2005. WaterEarth and our teaming partner Arup were contracted. WaterEarth is a highly specialized engineering and environmental planning firm with deep expertise in stormwater, wastewater, and water resources management. Arup is a global leader in economic analysis and infrastructure financing and resilience planning, specializing in public-private partnerships and complex financial structuring. The city formed a wastewater and stormwater ad hoc committee in March of 2023 to provide oversight to wastewater and stormwater matters. In 2025, WaterEarth has conducted a feasibility study evaluating different service delivery options. The finding of these analyses was presented to the ad hoc committee earlier this year in February 2026, and the presentation will continue to summarize the findings from the study. One of the most important realities is to understand that changing the operator does not change their city's responsibility for regulatory reality. Under federal and state environmental laws, the city remains the permit holder and is legally responsible for regulatory compliance. Even if day-to-day operations are performed by a contractor, the city remains accountable to regulatory agencies. This includes the EPA, state water boards, regional water boards, the Baykeeper Settlement, and the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. To evaluate the different service delivery pathways, 5 key criteria were considered. These include operational feasibility, which encompasses staffing level needs, budgeting requirements, current contract expiration date, and acquisition of equipment. Governance and regulatory requirement involves the water board permits, the Bay Area Air District permits, and the Baykeeper Settlement Agreement. Transition risks and timelines, which involve preparation periods, the look at bond covenants, and alignment with the 2027 contract expiration. Capital and operational cost contexts, which look at each service delivery model cost predictability. And lastly, long-term staffing and risk exposure, which look at other post-employment benefits and public employee retire system responsibilities and regulatory accountability. These criteria allow the city and the study team to compare the relative risks and complexities of each option. Greater detail can be found within our supplemental white paper, which is included as attachment 1 of the agenda report. The analysis evaluated shows 3 potential service delivery pathways. The first pathway is the hybrid model, where the city retains ownership and oversight while contracting operations to an operator through competitive procurement. The second pathway would involve the city directly operating and maintaining the system, when the third pathway would involve transferring ownership and operations to another public agency. Each pathway has different implications for risk, cost, governance, and timeline. Under the hybrid model, the city retains ownership of the infrastructure as well as governance and regulatory oversight responsibilities. Day-to-day operations and maintenance are performed by a qualified operator selected through a competitive procurement process. This model is commonly used by many municipalities and allows the city to maintain oversight while leveraging specialized operational expertise. The estimated planning level costs are approximately $15 to $25 million, and the transition can be completed within 9 to 12 months, which fits the current timeline of the 2027 deadline. Next is Pathway 2, which involves city ownership delivery model. Under the city operated model, the city would take on full responsibility for staffing, operating, and maintaining the wastewater and stormwater systems. While this approach provides full operational control, it also requires significant organizational changes. The city would need to recruit certified operators, create new labor classifications, and build an internal operational structure. Planning level costs estimate this to be $19 to $31 million annually, and the transition could take 24 months or more, which makes it difficult to implement before the 2027 contract expiration. And lastly, Pathway 3. The third pathway considers transferring ownership of the system to another public agency. While regional consolidation can sometimes offer efficiencies, this option prevents significant legal, regulatory, and financial challenges. Issues such as the bond covenants, regulatory approvals, and governance changes would need to be addressed. Because of these constraints and the time required, the option is not feasible before the 2027 timeline and was squeezed out of further analysis. And for simplicity's sake, the slides compares the approximate timeline required to implement each pathway if approved today. The hybrid procurement model would typically be implemented in about 12 months. As mentioned, the city operated model would require roughly 24 months or more due to staffing and organizational development requirements. An asset transfer could take 5 to 7 years or longer due to the regulatory, financial, and government processes. Timing is therefore a key factor in the city's decision. The evaluation criteria were broken apart into a comparative risk overview. The matrix compares the relative complexity and risk of each pathway across several categories. The scores represent the planning level assessments based on operational feasibility, staffing requirements, and governance responsibilities, as well as transition challenges. Overall, the hybrid model presents the lowest execution risk under current conditions. Cost predictability varies across the pathway. Under competitive procured options, operations contract, costs are generally defined through contractual service fees and performance requirements, while under a city-operated model, costs are distributed across internal staffing, benefits, training, administrative functions, which can make long-term cost forecasting more complex. At a planning level, the hybrid model provides a more predictable cost structure. Based on the findings in the city's current conditions, the city staff and ad hoc committee recommended Pathway 1, the hybrid model, which emerges as a more feasible and low-risk option for ensuring continuity of wastewater and stormwater services. The approach preserves city ownership and regulatory oversight while leveraging competitive procurement to provide operational expertise. Most importantly, it can be implemented within the timeframe required before the current contract expires. If council chooses to move forward with the hybrid pathway, the next step would be initiating the procurement process. This process would include procurement planning, solicitation, development, and release, evaluation of the proposal, negotiations, the award of the contract, and then the amount of time to transition to the new operator. Beginning this process soon ensures sufficient time for a smooth transition before the current contract expires in May 2027. The city must determine this future service delivery model before the contract expiration date. Regardless of the model selected, the city remains regulatory compliance responsible for. The hybrid model presents the lowest execution risk under current conditions, and initiating procurement now preserves flexibility and allows adequate time for transition planning. And we wanted to reiterate the recommended action outlined in the beginning of this presentation, as shown, to initiate procurement of a new agreement through a competitive procurement process to hire an operator to operate, maintain, and improve the city's wastewater treatment plant, wastewater collection system, and stormwater collection system. Thank you for your time and attention. We'd be happy to answer any questions from the council.
Before we go to questions from the council, do we have any speakers in the House?
Yes, we have one in-person speaker and 2 online speakers. The last speaker will be Sarah C. The in-person speaker is Jesse Turan. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Press the button. Press the button.
Okay, first of all, if you want me to sign up by agenda item, maybe you should list the agenda items where they have the sign-up sheets so that people will know what agenda items they're supposed to be signing up for instead of a huge book that I have to go through. Secondly, the unhoused residents of Richmond deserve to have a voice when it comes to procurement, budget expenditure, and development here in Richmond. I'm not just speaking for me. I'm not just talking about my problems. I'm here representing all of the unhoused residents in Richmond. Now, with regard to this group here, it seems to me they've got a large budget. But one of the biggest problems with housing people is that there's not enough, that people don't have enough income. And the reason why they don't have enough income.
Excuse me, Ms. Turan, you need to be speaking to the item, which is the wastewater. So if you can tie that into the wastewater.
Well, okay, so Richmond has a bad problem with flooding. We've got our pipes are, every time it rains, our pipes break and the streets flood, and there's fecal matter and raw sewage in the streets. One thing that Richmond could be doing that would help everything would be training the homeless people on how to fix the pipes. They could be earning a living wage. That's true of all of these things, all of the things that are broken with Richmond. Instead of seeing the homeless as a problem, see them as a resource and invest money into training them so that they can have jobs, and then insist on that these agencies hire homeless Richmond residents so that they can be earning money, so that you don't have to keep spending money on motel rooms and abatement and stuff like that. Because we deserve the right to at least get a chance for a living wage. Right now, Richmond Works tells people like myself that they can't, that there's no money for training us.
Your time has expired. Thank you. That's the last in-person speaker. Now we move to the 2 online speakers.
Okay, we have Kevin Tisdale and Sarah C. Kevin, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and start.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Okay. So Kevin Tisdale, President SEIU, looking at maybe option 2 or a version of option 2, and specifically looking at the stormwater and wastewater. So for the stormwater alone, the city is currently paying Veolia about $600,000 per year to operate the stormwater collection system and getting little to no services. The water and environment are important, and waterways and the protection for waterways are extensive. Receiving cease and desist letters, notices of violations from state and federal regulatory bodies are extremely serious and harmful to the public and the environment and the city itself. We believe there's enough CIP funding to support staffing levels needed to address the lack of maintenance throughout the various stormwater and wastewater collection systems throughout the city. Our union, SEIU, holds currently classifications that originated from the takeover of the stormwater treatment plant. So I don't believe it'll take 24 months to get some of these positions back into city services. Maybe modifications need to be made, but there, again, we do hold some of those still within our contract. At this point, the city also has the tools needed as far as factor attachments on each sweeper that we currently operate. So again, maybe some additional training would be needed, but those tools and materials are there. And we also have staff members that came over from the treatment plant that are currently working within our public works division. So we have the knowledge, we have the experience, and we can do that work if allowed, and bring this work back into city controls and allow the city manager and public works to determine the staffing levels needed to, again, avoid some of these regulatory issues. So again, modifying kind of the option 2 is what we were looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah C. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a resident of Richmond. Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm really thrilled to hear that we're going to be moving away from Veolia as somebody who lives near the water treatment plant and smells the rotten smell in the air from the treatment plant very regularly. I'm excited to have that shift. I think that based on the presentation, it sounds like there really is one feasible option, which is pathway 1, although the previous speakers seem to indicate that maybe there's a little bit more feasibility to option 2 than was laid out. So I'm intrigued by that notion. But if we do have to go with option 1, because it is the only one that will work, I hope that we are able to, whatever RFP we put out, that we keep the timeline relatively short, maybe 5 years or less, so that can use that time to move towards a fully public model, whether that is option 2 or option 3, where we're not relying on private companies to run our municipal water. And I think that, hearing that it's going to take maybe a couple years to plan for those, let's get started on that work now rather than waiting until our next contract renewal date. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Thank you. Public comment is closed, and it is now time for council members to make comments, ask questions. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I have 2 quick questions. Number 1, who does wastewater management for San Pablo? The map was disconnected parts of Richmond.
Should be West County wastewater.
Are you sure?
Yes.
San
I
Pablo.
was on their board.
Okay, so on North Richmond, I mean, because the map that we saw was.
KCRT,
okay.
can you please put up the map that Councilmember Bana is referring to? Thank you.
And my second question is,
Councilmember Bana, the map is on the screen right now.
oh, okay. So
And this-
San Pablo
this-
is covered by
this-
them.
yeah.
And how about El Cerrito?
This map shows the districts within City of Richmond city limits. So it's not going to show you El Cerrito. That would be Stige Sanitary. San Pablo would be West County, but it's not shown on this map.
I understand, but I'm asking who's doing it. So if you could go with them.
Also, we have members of the council that also have that expertise. If you would like, Councilmember Bana, we can also create a map that shows the information you're requesting.
No, my question is not about the map. It's about neighboring wastewater management districts, if you could somehow join them. But seems like there's no answer. It's okay. My next question is, as you know, Director Chavarria, my community has a lot of problems with with storm drain management. Could it be separate from the other 2 items, and you bring an item to the council about different options of managing it by the city versus a hybrid model? Why does it have to go with wastewater collection and?
We were also working collaboratively with the ad hoc So we want to make sure that we, some of the ad hoc committee members may want to chime in with staff. We want to be
Yeah,
respectful of their engagement, Mayor.
Yeah, if you don't mind, the reason we're considering the three is because the three are the systems that Veolia was in charge of. So they will all be up at the same time. When people make bids, they can make bids on one, two, or all three of them. So we will have to wait and see what sorts of bids we get. And the neighboring districts that you were asking about, they may make a bid if they're interested, and if they're not, they won't make a bid. So we're basically just opening up the door for all the interested parties to see whether or not they want to become part of the Richmond system.
Could you clarify, because that's not my understanding. I thought all three go together.
So, well, let's separate. Number one, out of the three, right, you're right. The storm drain collection system is separate from the sanitary sewer collection system and the wastewater treatment plant. The sanitary sewer collection system is linked with the wastewater treatment plant because all the collections are going to end up there,
True.
right? Okay. So currently, the three assets are operated by the operator Veolia.
Yeah, but
So,
we don't have to continue
correct.
the old model.
Correct. So what Kevin, for example, stated is true. If we only talk about stormwater collection system, yeah, there's a lot of positions that already exist. But I joined the city 3 years ago, and it has taken us 3+ years to fill public works vacancies. So thinking that we're going to do that in a year is very aggressive. If we didn't have anything else to do, probably we can do it. But with 87+ CIP projects still going and counting, with all the different needs that the city have, it's going to be very difficult to, in 1 year, put together a group for that.
Perfectly understand, but my request is, if possible, separate the two. And for the storm drain management, if we could have a shorter term, like 3-year contract, 3-3-3s, and then decide if you want to bring it to the city or keep outsourcing it.
Thank you, Councilmember Bono. We appreciate your feedback.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify one question, is more technical. San Francisco has, and the stormwater system is a combined, so everything has to go to the sewer system to be treated because it's combined. Here, we don't have that system. We have a separate system where the stormwater doesn't go to the sewer system. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So then my clarification about Bana's question is that if we don't treat our stormwater why you confuse me, Public Works Director, when you said all these street system needs to be working together when they are not working together?
No. That's not what I said. I said that the sanitary sewer collection system ends in the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay.
So it's together. The stormwater collection system doesn't end there. So yes, it's separate. Okay. But we are talking about a time limitation right now. We're not talking about a capability limitation. Yeah, we can get there. And that's why I put the analogy, well, if Polyworks took us 3+ years, this probably is going to take us less, but still it's going to, 1 year is, in my opinion, very aggressive and very risky to try to do it.
Okay. So I think like I am going to this. So we have and I thank you for taking the time to do all this work, because Veolia as a corporate, multinational corporation, private corporation is not working for us. First of all, we have an old contract that is not working. But also, they had been working in bad faith. They had been charging us for work that they didn't do. And just no following environmental regulation that put us in liability. So I am glad that we are going to look for other things. I think for me is that as we continue in this, what it shows is that sometimes for-profit corporations don't work for our people, don't give us the best service. So I know that the time is in the essence, and we need to have a solution. So I am going for the RFP, but I wondering two things. One is that is not only private entities can bid on that, but if you see any public entities can apply for the RFP. This is one. And
Yes.
the other is that if we can have, and that might be after with all, like when you bring the contract, like we will discuss the details of the contract, but one of the things that I am seeing is that maybe it's a shorter contract that we don't bind ourselves in a long time contract that they make us to miss a better opportunity to have more public ownership of this. And I want also, when you come, also to really continue to explore the second option, because I think we need to look into how we have more property of the systems that we are talking here to provide better service, because with a for-profit corporation like that, didn't work. And I want to stop there, and then I will finish with my comments.
Councilmember Jimenez, thank you for your feedback, and staff your points are well taken. We'll definitely work with Public Works staff and the City Attorney's Office.
So my first question, the public RFP can?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So I am going to finish with saying that this has been a contract that was signed 20 plus years ago. And at that time, Edmond wanted to take this as something that they will manage. And at that time, that city council 20 plus years ago and advocated for going with this private corporation. And that is not working. And now we are cleaning these back deals that many years ago, city council were here advocating to privatize services. And the result of that has been that the rates, like the part that Veolia managed, the rates for our residents are one of the highest in the Bay Area. So just let's think about that in terms of making the decisions, because we don't want 20 years from now other councils to be cleaning our back deals as well. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Hi. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I was one of the ad hoc committee members, so it would just really have a lot of other information. I think certain things, I'm not sure that I heard them, haven't been brought forward here. Like we had a meeting with West County Wastewater and discussed the possibility if they had interest in taking over the facilities or working with us in some way. And my recollection of that conversation was that it's not something that they would be interested in doing at this time for a number of different reasons, including some of the kind of liabilities that our system would put upon their plate. Could you add a little bit more and make sure that people fully understand? Because we did explore that option and invited them in person to a meeting to try to see if that was possible.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi. I'm Deputy Director of Public Works. We invited the General Manager of West County to join us for one of our ad hoc meetings, Mr. Andrew Clow. And he had informed us there were many, many reasons why this is not a good time for West County to take over the system. We have different rates right now. The parcel rates are different for our district and their district. They're embarking on a very aggressive 5-year capital plan that doesn't have any room for taking on more assets. They have they're fully staffed at 70 staff members, and they would need to double their staff perhaps to take over our wastewater district. And their governing board would have to agree to it, and we'd have to sort out some of the bonds issues that we have at the moment, as well as Baykeeper settlement issues that we have. That they have worked through their Baykeeper items, and we're still working on ours. So there's a whole list of items.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that is important just to make sure the public understands and has that knowledge as well. And then just to kind of circle back to the number of staff. So we were also very interested in option number 2 and wanted to explore that and figure it out. And so could you just repeat the number of staff you believe we would need in order to transition these 2 responsibilities to an internal team? How many staff would we have to hire on board, make sure we have classifications for, place in unions, negotiate, all those things?
Yeah, to basically represent the same in terms of size as West County wastewater districts. As they would say, they'd have to double their current capacity in order to take on ours. The city would have to also hire similar amount in order to bring it in-house.
And is it accurate to say that's about 70 positions?
Correct.
Yeah. So that was also a concern. And I believe it was a concern not that it's impossible to do, but rather we would need a lot more time to do it, even if certain classifications already exist. Even if all the classifications just already exist, to be able to hire and onboard all those people within the time period that we have when we will no longer have somebody to operate our facilities would leave us in the lurch, right? We wouldn't have enough of a team in place to handle the load, right? So that was another big concern. And then have you mentioned anything about the parameters of the RFP? I mean, because we definitely talked about duration.
Yeah, we were planning to be very thoughtful about that. We want to ensure the maximum responses, and then we would, as appropriate, continue to brief the ad hoc. We want to encourage a high degree of responsiveness and then allow there to be, confidential negotiations with the city attorney's office and staff. So it will be based on continued input from the ad hoc is how we had contemplated moving forward, and then briefing the council as a whole.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson?
Thank you. Just to make sure that I understand, it sounds like there's kind of two pieces of this, maybe 3, depending how you break it up. One is the stormwater collection, which then goes out into the bay, and one is the sewer collection, which goes to the treatment plant, and then I think goes out to the bay after it's treated. And am I correct in thinking or understanding that if we do go with option 1, where we partner with a private vendor, it could be 2 different vendors that do that, or are you anticipating that it would be one vendor who takes on both pieces of that?
No, ideally it would be one vendor that would do the whole thing. And again, we're talking about the time constraint, right? I mean, with more time, maybe we could do separated, but it would be one operator.
And then sort of a follow-up to that, in terms of, there's been some discussion tonight and interest in at some time in the future, having the city be the one, pathway to that the city be the one that maintains it. Do you have a sense, like if I had to guess, I would guess that the stormwater system would be easier for the city to maintain than the sewer collection and waste treatment plant. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, as Councilmember Bana also pointed out, it could be a possibility. I mean, that we will need to discuss with the
Yeah,
ad
so
hoc
I think
committee.
I'm going in the same direction
Yeah.
Councilmember Urbana was, is that like, just sort of thinking ahead, is that maybe that's the first thing in the future that the city could take over that piece of it. And so I guess I would like the RFP to reflect, I mean, again, short durations are good, but also to whatever extent that these can be sort of two distinct programs in case we want to try to bring one of them back into the city.
Yes, all those options are on the table.
Okay.
All those options are on the table.
So you're bringing me to my final question, which is like, I agree with sort of what the other council members have expressed, which is that I think option one is a fine, it's certainly an improvement of where we are now in the same contract for 20 years, and it's not serving us. But I would like to get us to pathway 2 or pathway 3. And so we're saying, and if that's the will of the council, do we need to make an amendment tonight saying pathway 1, but we also want the city, in 6 months, the staff to come back with a plan, a 2-year plan, a 1-year plan, a 3-year plan, whatever, like a plan for getting us to some portion of this being city operated in a reasonable time frame, which I understand isn't 1 year.
Councilmember Wilson, your points are well taken. I think we can look at it in the overall, I think we understand the feedback from the council this evening. In terms of like the immediate priority, we really want to push on focusing on option 1. And then as we come back and we're negotiating, right, with the different folks that hopefully respond to the RFP, then we can continue to provide council an update and then let you all know, when there might be an important inflection point in the timeline to do what you're suggesting. But at this juncture, respectfully, given the number of CIP projects that they're also managing and the need to really also focus on the built environment with operations and maintenance, which is, focusing on complete streets and all of those things, that this is one complete city team. And so I would like to make sure that we do other things as well, and we do a good job, like bringing the soccer fields online and things of that nature. So I would request that if you could please hold off on that for now. But I commit to continuing, when we have our one-on-one updates, I'm happy to continue to update you on our progress. But we would request that we don't do that at this time.
Okay, so what I'll say is this, I hear what you're saying, and my goal here isn't in any way to sort of overburden the Public Works Department or city manager or anything. My concern is that sometimes, like I don't have a whole staff of people prompting me to remember in 6 months to come back and ask that there be a separate study done on a plan for transitioning to city management of these plans. And so I'm gonna put it out there to see if any of my colleagues want to take up this framing this. But what I'm thinking is maybe we can say something like we can give an enormously long timeline on it, just to have something in the record that this is an intention of the city council to explore this this transition to having the city manage some piece of this project, but not in a way that means you got to be back next month with your plan.
I think what we're trying to do, right, for transparency is the reason why I think we're kind of we understand the council's intention, right? We always want to maximize the utilization of city staff, and we're committed to that. But concurrently, we also want to get the most respondents, and we want to get the best price. So we're trying to balance those things. And so if you could just give us a little time, right, we'll continue to keep you updated on how things progress. And then I promise we won't forget, right? We're going to be coming back with Sleek La Via soon. When you guys ask us to do something, we don't forget. But if we focus too much on what you're describing, we're concerned that's going to impact the responsiveness of folks. And so that's what we're, of the private sector. And we want to try to maximize and get a good deal and get a lot of responses. We don't want to end up in a situation where Veolia is the only one that we can continue to work with.
I hear you. So I'll put it out there for my colleagues to see if they want to pick it up.
If it pleases the council, the ad hoc committee could continue to work with the with wastewater.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right then. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much for the presentation and also for answering my questions, but I do have a follow-up question after hearing some of the comments.
I understand we're pressed for time, and it seems like we're always like pressed for time when contract expiration dates seem to come about, and then we begin to make like hasty decisions without actually, you know, being more thorough than that we want to be, because I'm also like grappling with like option 2 or 3, wanting something more sustainable. So I'm wondering, in the interest of time, if there's a possibility that there could be some sort of renegotiations or amendments to extending the contract. I mean, this is a partner that we've had for over 20 years, in addition to making an additional extension. So can you kind of speak to like why an extension wouldn't be a good option right now?
Yeah, well, number one, the contract we have right now is more than 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So there are modern standards now that they have changed. And so we're using a very old, I mean, making an analogy, a very old, a beat up car, right? And we want to go 100 miles per hour and it only takes us 25. Also, the current contract, unfortunately, lacks financial accountability. So no significant fee at risk tied to performance. So there's no much motivation to, right? Then unfortunately also the contract right now has roles that are blurred. You have the current operator being the operator and the capital manager at the same time. Those two functions should be separate.
Right.
And that's one of the things that we want to improve in the new contract. Well, if we go out for a competitive procurement, that ensures transparency and the best value for our residents. Veolia can still bid. I mean, there's nothing prevents them from doing it. The problem with the renegotiations is the risk of delays. I mean, I haven't seen any negotiation since I work here that have taken the time that was originally planned for. Always it has extended twice as much or even 3 times as much. I still hear every single council meeting, we have one pending and it's still going. So I don't see why this is going to be a difference. And remember, in this negotiation, both parties have to agree. So if we want to make all these changes, the other party can say yes at the beginning, and then 6 months later, we realize that the negotiations stalled, and now we don't have time to react. So we want to control the timing. Then we want market validation. I mean, it's our fiduciary responsibility to test the market through a procurement, and we have the time to do it. Yes, it's an aggressive time, but we can do it. I mean, we have had extensive conversations. We have reached to different consultants, other operators in the market, and there's a good response for at this point of interest. And then we want the ratepayer protection, right? We want to ensure residents are receiving the best value for systems that function. So extending this contract is, again, extending the life of the beat-up car, in this case, the agreement that we have, when we can have a brand new agreement, a modern one, that takes into account what benefits for the city.
Got it. Thank you so much. So I hear you. So the extension or any type of renegotiations or amendments would be still to that 20, it would still be locked into that 20-year contract that we initially started with. Okay, got it. And then also entering and putting this RFP out, and I've been hearing negative things about our current operator. So is it not okay for us to exclude them from the process since they have not been great partners? Because I'm hearing all the different things that's been said about the current operator. So why would they be able to participate?
I think, I mean, if we talk about Veolia is an international company, right? I mean, they're leaders in this industry. They're not the only one, though. And I think, yeah, there's some things that are going to play in their favor and some of the things that are not going to play in their favor. Mm-hmm. But in the end, it's going to be the proposal. And the proposal is going to respond to a procurement that is transparent. And they're going to have to sign this. We're going to issue a draft of the contract that we plan to sign. And if they're planning to do it, they're going to see a very different contract than what they are used to. in a contract that has teeth, right? Fines when the operator doesn't comply, and that's one of the things we lack right now.
Okay. And lastly, since we are aware of all these things, do we have a timeline on what that new contract would look like? I know it's been mentioned, but I didn't really get, like, if there was like a solidified timeline of like what we would go into.
Yes, so we're working collaboratively with the city attorney's office for that to be developed. And we will be continuing to present information to the city council.
Okay, thank you.
Since Councilmember Cepeda hasn't spoken, I will have him speak, and then you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I'm also part of the ad hoc, so my questions, I'm not going to re-ask what we already asked on there. I just want to clarify a little bit for the people that weren't able to be in the ad hoc. So from the three options that were presented, I'd make sure that I brought forward that the third option, looking at it going into being its own public agency, I really pushed to bring that forward, to bring that conversation, and that's where Andrew then came about. East Bay Mud was interested in it a couple of years ago when the contract was first going out, or actually more than a couple of years ago. West County Wastewater, if anyone was to be a public agency, they would be probably the best suited, other than East Bay Mud, because we have pipes going back and forth between both agencies. The other agency is too small, the one that services parts of Richmond and El Cerrito. So just want to put that in context out there. And then for a wastewater system, I used to serve at the West County Wastewater District as one of the directors there, and we have another director here as well, I believe. And all we talked about there, day in, day out, every board meeting, was sewage. Like, I was going to say a different word, but we just talk about sewage. Because it's such a crucial part of our infrastructure. It's our hidden infrastructure. And you really need to have people looking at it day in and day out. That is why it broke a couple of years ago. That is why we had Veolia's executives here. Right? I emailed the CEO and saying, you're not paying attention to us. What is going on? And we brought them here. And that is why we're talking about this now. And then we were able to form the ad hoc committee. And there we meet monthly. So now we're talking about sewage at least once a month. And prior to us, from what I understand from the former mayor, Tom Butt, they would get a presentation once every couple of years. So this really expensive piece of infrastructure, this really hidden and very crucial piece of infrastructure, we never really took a look deeply. That's why it's been crumbling. That's why we're still putting water out into the bay. West County wastewater, the majority of the water gets recycled and reused. All right, so just two different ways of managing a system. When you have a board of directors that's all they do, they can move that piece of infrastructure forward. They could greenify it. They could do a lot more stuff with it. We just talk about it every once in a while. So looking at all the different options, my top was not option one, but I think that is where we're left off. But the good thing about it, I want to make sure that the public knows, we've been working towards a better option, but unfortunately, for myself, 3 years in, and I remember having a conversation with Mr. Chavarria when he was first elected as well, and he's saying, give me a minute, let me figure out where everything's hidden and everything, right? Try to get staff going. So we've been working at this for a while, and it takes a long time to start the conversations. We started talking about the RFP, 2 years ago, I believe? So we're here, not just because the RFP was created last week or the conversation it's been a big, long progress. But it's progress, while it seems slow, it has been big jumps. The last time we approved as a council, right, we only have two council members here, Councilmember Jimenez and Mayor Martinez. They were the only ones that were here before everybody else is gone, so we don't even have that, well, other than from them, right, other historic stuff. But I think that now that we're focusing on this really crucial piece of infrastructure, let's continue the conversation. And then hopefully when we come back, we look at the other options as well. Because ultimately, I believe we need someone to take a look at that infrastructure a lot deeper than we're going to be able to give it fair treatment. And for our community to not have to deal with the stench, to not have to deal with the lack of service, to not have to deal with everything else. So want to make sure that we put that under, and Councilmember Bonner is saying I have 5 minutes, so we'll keep everybody else to 5 minutes. But I just want to put that out there as part of the ad hoc committee, that was kind of the conversation that brought us to it. So thank you so much for the presentation, and I look forward to seeing the RFP.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. I'll make it very quick. May I suggest, please? So the city manager explained that we may have better proposals if we lump everything together. My preference is to keep stormwater collection system separate. If you have to lump everything together, is it possible to have the contract expire like for a stormwater
Councilmember
collection
Bonner.
system sooner?
Councilmember Bonner, but respectfully, we don't want to negotiate contract terms in open session. That's not appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'm done then, thank you. And I don't understand the reason for ad hoc. If you're going to do RFP, why should the ad hoc continue? I'm confused.
We think, go ahead, Mayor.
No, the kind of questions that you're asking are the kind of questions that we ask in ad hoc. It's closed.
Yeah, but the problem is that A and B are in other district. A stormwater collection system problem is in my district, and I'm not a part of ad hoc, but I trust it will be taken care of. Thank you, I'm
The
done.
problems are in every district.
Right. Yeah.
Worse
All
than
right.
mine, probably.
Well, anyway, so now we need
I moved the item.
okay.
I second. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to the item.
I want to clarify, because the amendment, the motion was just to do something, but we have 3 options, so just want to make sure.
Right.
What was the actual motion before we second and make amendments?
Do we have
to
the
receive-
recommend, KCRT, can you please display the recommended action?
Option 1.
It's option 1 says
Well, yeah, but that has to be the motion, otherwise they can be doing option 3,
It's
so,
written, it's option 1.
okay.
Can I make an alternative motion then? I think that we had a motion and a second. Can I make an alternative motion?
Sure.
Okay. My motion is to direct city staff to initiate procurement of a new agreement through the competitive procurement process to hire an operator to operate, maintain, and improve the city's wastewater treatment plant, wastewater collection system, and stormwater system using option 1 as the recommendation, and to extend the ad hoc committee to support the process and continue deliberations on alternatives.
I second that.
All right. Take a vote.
Let's just go.
All right.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, 904. Our next item is item X2. And it's to receive a presentation, it's to approve a transitional contract amendment and provide direction to staff regarding the Flock CCTV system, Flock drone as a first responder program, and Flock automated license plate reader system. Now, this item was continued for March 3rd meeting. The public comment portion of this item is closed. So tonight, the council will deliberate and vote only.
Mayor, if I may ask a quick question?
Yes.
We still have several city staff here for other subsequent items after this. In particular, after this item, we have city staff here regarding item X3. Would you like those city staff to remain in the audience with the hope that we'll get to that item this evening, or would you like us to let them go home? This is item
Yeah.
X3, update regarding the city's ongoing and planned efforts related to immigration. Would
Yeah,
you like to
we should
say?
let them go home. I think it's going to take quite a while for this conversation to happen.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'll, staff here for item X3. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor, Chief Simmons. I'm joined here this evening by Lieutenant Donald Patchen. He is our DFR expert in the department. I'm also joined by Captain John Lopez, our IT supervisor, Eric Tam, who was intimately involved in the procurement of flock safety to begin with. And I'm joined by a member of flock safety's team. Her name is Lily Ho, and she'll be available to answer questions that the council may have. Also, in the audience, we have members from Public Works and Chief Osaria from from RFD, who can answer questions about how certain functions of flock. I did that on purpose. Just kidding. Just kidding. Who could answer questions that the council may have. I do want to open with a few comments before we get into questions, and just to remind this community and this council that the Richmond Police Department does not maintain a cooperative relationship with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. I'm bringing this up because there is a lot of information that floats around in social media and different locations between our last council meeting and this one, and I just really want to make this statement very clear. We do not have a relationship with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement for immigration enforcement purposes. Our department's mission is centered on public safety, community trust, and constitutional policing, and we do not engage in activities intended to identify, detain, or assist in the deportation of individuals based upon their immigration status. We do not participate in joint operations with immigration enforcement agencies, nor do we take part in immigration enforcement actions within our community. Furthermore, the Richmond Police Department does not give ICE or other immigration authorities access to our local enforcement data records or information for immigration enforcement at all. Our policies are built to ensure that everyone in our community, regardless of immigration status, feels safe reporting crimes, cooperating with investigations, and seeking help from law enforcement without fear. Keeping this separation is key to building trust, improving public safety, and allowing our officers to serve and protect all Richmond residents effectively. This is both a professional matter for me and a personal matter for me. I have a son and a nephew who serves in the United States military right now, and I have family that lives in Jalisco, Guadalajara right now, and that lives in this community right here that deal with these immigration issues. So not only is this a matter of professional importance to me, this is a matter of personal importance to me as well. My personal family is impacted by this, as well as the profession and my professional commitment to this community and to this police department. So those are my opening comments. Thank you for bearing with me. I appreciate that. And I'll turn it over, Honorable Mayor, to you for the question time period.
All right. Do we have any council members? Yes, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you for the presentation last time, and also thanks for all the public comments. I heard a lot from my community. There are many people, almost everyone is in favor of public safety cameras. Not everyone's in favor of flock. So I'm trying to clarify for myself where the data security stands, or what the status of data security is. I have some questions. I'm going to put all the questions together, then ask them one by one, and ask Lily from Flock Camera. You said.
Lily, when questions come for you, if you could please
I thought she was on Zoom. She's here in person.
No, she's in person.
Excellent. I forgot her last name. I'm sorry. I only remembered. Okay. So I would like to learn how the data collection and ownership of data works. So if you could explain in terms of, I wish you had a diagram, but explain a box diagram of data gets collected, who owns it? Can the city own the data? Because when I read over that flock thingy, it says if there is a request and they're legally obligated, they would pass the data. Can we make the city owner of the data? I'd like to know how the software, data collection, storage works. So if you could explain the boxes and how it's handled.
And before you start, can you identify yourself? I don't think everyone knows who you are or what your position is.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor. Hello, council members. Thank you for having me here. My name is Lily Ho.
Her mic's, her light's on.
Louder, please.
Can you
Speak
give
a
us
little
one
louder
moment
or
and we'll ask
closer?
KCRT to come out? Can you just give us one moment?
Just one moment. I think they got to address the microphone. Yeah. Lily, you may have to use the one next door. I don't know.
We freaked out.
Turn it off.
Is this better?
Test
Oh.
1, 2, test 1. Here you go. Here you go.
Oh, okay. Musical chairs.
Much better.
Good evening. Hello, Mayor. Hello, council members. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. My name is Lily Ho. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for the Western Region at Flock Safety. Councilmember Bana, your question about storage and ownership of data, thank you for the question. It's very, very important to know. Customers own their data. So we will hold it on our servers, and we use the AWS GovCloud servers to store the data. But the ownership of the data is solely owned by the city of Richmond, California.
But the documents that I was reviewing says if there's a request for the data, then Flock will hand it over. If we're the owners, how could Flock do that?
In that situation, we would consult with you, and for whoever the data would be requested from, we would support you in whatever legal proceedings or continuations it would be for the next steps, and we wouldn't do anything without your consent.
Correction. It says Flock reserves the right to respond immediately to urgent law enforcement requests for information, as outlined in our evidence policy. There is no copy of evidence policy, and I wonder if the city could purchase some cloud and store the data there instead of having it stored at Flock's storage.
Mayor, if I may, through the chair, Councilmember Bana, can you please let us know what document you're referring to, just for the good of the order for the public and then also for staff?
It was handed to me by City Attorney Shannon Moore, Flock Safety, Flock Group Inc. Amendment.
Okay, on page 1 or?
Oh, it's on the last page, emergencies and exigent requests, last paragraph.
Thank you so much.
We would be responding, but that does not mean that we would be turning over any of your data.
Can you put it in writing in the contract?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, that's very important. So it doesn't need for us to own the storage. If you own the, because if that's what it takes, I assume the city is willing to purchase some cloud or a storage space to store the data ourselves. So Flock has the technology, the cameras, runs the system, but we would like to be in charge and hold the data ourselves. So I would like the contract to clarify it with all the details, and please run the contract by the council. That's very important to us.
We can do that. We can work with our legal team to work out the language however you see fit.
Okay. And could you provide examples of urgent law enforcement requests? I'm curious.
The language is in there, but to be honest, I don't believe we have ever received any requests.
Okay. If you could also provide a copy of the evidence policy that it's referenced in this document, I would appreciate it. Let me see if I have any other questions. So and is this a question, I guess, for our city or maybe you, can our IT system have any oversight over the data, how it's handled, it doesn't leak to their, I don't know, storage or whatever? Is there any oversight on the process, or could we have oversight, technical oversight?
Hey, Councilmember Bana, Eric Tam, Technology Supervisor. So we do have oversight of the data, and we do not release the data without proper authority.
I'm talking about the processing the data, not just the data that you have access to.
So we
How Flock may have access to our data or pass it around. Is there any oversight?
We do not have oversight to it. It's because it's through Amazon Web Service, and Amazon maintains it through Flock's relationship. We have no relationship with where Flock stores its data.
So can we store our own data?
You mean, say, where you would serve?
Can we buy our own Amazon space on their cloud?
I believe technically you are paying for the Amazon space on the cloud.
So can we technically be the owner too?
I don't think we could be the owner of that storage space because we would have to enter into some agreement with Amazon Web Service and find some way to work with Flock to transfer that process over to us.
That'd be awesome if we could. What keeps us from doing it? Then we can, have absolute control over the data and there would be no problem, in my view.
Yeah, we could look into it. I'll look into it, but I'm not sure if that's a feasible option to.
I don't see why not, because we are paying for it, but it's under their name. We can have our own attorneys to write the contract.
If I may, Councilmember Bonnet, depending on the outcome of this discussion this evening, right, depending on what the preferences of the city council, right, again, we don't want to negotiate a contract in open session, right? So depending on what the outcome of the council discussion is regarding the item, then myself and City Attorney Moore would work with Chief to bring forward an item that would meet the direction of the council.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I don't mean to discuss the contract. I'm just discussing the technicalities and
No,
ownership.
right. So
and
all of
just-
those things, like, it would be a contract. It sounds like you're essentially proposing a contract amendment. But so if that was the direction of the council, then we would work in that manner. But it's subject to the entire council as a whole. But so I just want to note that that would be
I
the
appreciate
the
that
administrative
because-
step, not, we wouldn't do it here in open session if that, it just depends on what the direction is.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
I won't discuss any more details. I just want to emphasize that while we really care about public safety cameras, we don't want to compromise the safety of a minority, of the community, even one person.
I'll tell you,
So it's a-
Councilwoman Bonner, the Amazon web servers also they serve as other government protection servers, not just for flock safety. I don't know for certain other vendors what web servers they use, but I suspect they're also going to use the Amazon web server system. They're kind of the leading data protection, cloud-based service that's out there. Not to say there's not others, but when I look at other government databases, not just in policing, but other government databases, Amazon web servers are the ones that typically are used to house this type of information. Just so you know, it's not out of the norm. Amazon web servers. That's kind of the standard.
I appreciate that. Last thing I just want to say, with all respect for you and your company, I heard many negative things about Flock, but I don't believe in good company or bad company. I believe in guard railing and a good contract and safeguards, and that's the most important thing. That's our duty, to make sure the contract has all the safeguards in it and we protect our residents. That's my point.
I will also remind the council and you specifically that in the last iteration of the contract, we were able to negotiate a make-whole remedy if there were issues with data that was the fault of Flock. The council, through the city attorney's office, has a make-whole to be able to fine Flock $290,000 per incident. So I just want to remind you that fail-safe is there as well for the
That's
council.
another safety feature.
Yes.
That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson?
Thank you. Chief Simmons, when did the city turn off the when did you turn off the flock cameras?
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Wilson, I turned the cameras off on November 19th.
Why did you turn off the cameras?
I turned the cameras off because it came to my attention that a function was running in the operating system that allowed for a two-way street called the National Search Feature, which allowed outside agencies that were outside of Richmond, that were outside of our policy, to be able to query complete and full license plates. It made our information accessible. And when I found that that was the case, turned them off immediately until I could research and investigate and find out what had happened, what transpired, what are the implications, and deal with both our vendor, our staff, legal, the city, my boss, the council, and get everybody up onto the same page as to what was going on.
And I appreciate that you did that. How long had the national search feature been on? Is it safe to assume it had been on the whole time that we had flock? Okay, so
Yes,
I see nods.
yes.
So we started flock in late 2022.
Yes.
And so all the way through to 2023 to 2000, so almost 3 years.
The system went live, I think, in 23. It took us several
Okay.
months to get installed,
So-
but I would say fair to say beginning of 23
Okay,
would
so
be.
between 2 and 3 years, we were running a flock system where our data, without any of us knowing, was accessible to every agency on the flock system, as far as I know.
That's correct, yes.
And why didn't you know that?
So, well, yeah, I was not the chief, but that's not the reason why.
Why didn't anybody know
Yeah,
that?
so in the auditing system of the transparency portal, that information was not coming up as showing what that created. In our training and the onboarding time, and this was something that I've been dealing with Flock on as part of, I'll tell you, I was really upset
Yeah,
with Flock
me too.
about the onboarding process and the training process at the beginning as to what these features do and how they work. It was never disclosed in the training phase that creates that two-way narrative. Because we spent an inordinate amount of time actually making sure that we had a closed network.
Right, and you told them we're a sanctuary city.
Correct.
And you, like the same way you started
Yes.
off here, they were aware of that.
Yes.
So I'm not trying to embarrass you.
No,
I'm sorry
no.
that- like, I
Full
want-
transparency. I'm here to answer the questions.
Right,
Yeah.
and one of the reasons no one should be embarrassed about this is because it's happening to cities around the country.
Yeah.
Because Flock is designed to deceive us into thinking our data is safe when it's not, in my opinion.
Sure. Respectful. Okay.
Well,
Listen,
peanut gallery.
you know, I would
Mayor,
like to ask the
Chief, if I
audience if
may,
we could be
Chief.
respectful.
I
that
do
would
too,
be-
yeah,
Chief,
as much as
Mayor.
we can have the conversation
I would
without.
appreciate
So
that.
I think we're all in agreement that if we can have the conversation when.
Yes,
and-
I appreciate
yeah.
the discourse.
Yeah.
I appreciate the
Same,
conversation
same, yeah.
because I think
And
we need
so
to have it.
I think where we're different is that you have confidence that Flock has changed, and I do not have
Yeah.
confidence. And I want people, like, one of the things that was said a few times that I want to reference is people saying, you should trust this chief, you should trust the chief. And I just want to say to you that, like, I do trust you as a police officer and as a leader of police officers. I hope this doesn't insult you, but I do not trust you as a data security expert. And
I'm not
I
offended
don't
by
trust
that.
myself as a data security expert. I don't trust Flock as a company that's going to respect our boundaries here. And so I, anyways, I'm going to ask a couple more questions, but you get where I'm going on this, which is I'm open-minded about whether we need and can use cameras here. I'm not open-minded about Flock. I think fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And we've been fooled once.
Understood.
Okay, so I'll just say a couple more things. Like you and I online have had a discussion about a statistic that was used to great effect 2 weeks ago, which was the supposed 33% spike in car thefts upon turning off the flock cameras. That was, used again and again in social media, in the newspapers to say, we better turn these cameras back on because we've had a 33% spike in car thefts. Do you want to, you can explain where that 33% came from.
I would love to, thank you. I appreciate it. This would have been part of the conversation 2 weeks ago,
Yes,
so
agreed.
I appreciate
we
you
got cut
allowing
off.
it now, yes. So in the police department and in law enforcement circles, one of the common ways that we analyze crime data, and we meet monthly with our command staff and other parties that are involved in what we call crime accountability. And that involves our crime analysis unit, all of our command staff, all of our lieutenants, and some of our sergeants, and our crime prevention unit. And we're looking at crime statistics from a perspective of what is happening day to day and what is happening month to month, but we're also looking at certain types of crime and from the context of what's happening with the trends that we know. So over the course of years of looking at crime stats, we know that certain types of crimes, primarily our property crimes, tend to have secular nature and how they spike and how they move, and we try to plan in advance for interdiction efforts, for staffing efforts, for resourcing efforts in order to address those secular crime trends. We used to use a program called predictive policing, which used crime data that would analyze like time periods over like time periods in order to predict what might occur so we can deploy resources into those areas to interdict those crimes before they occur, detour them before people are victimized. It could be high visibility, it could be deployment of cameras, it could be the deployment of crime information, pamphlets, and we were proactive in that regard. We've since moved away from that company. It was called Predpool. I'm not sure what's come of them. But now we do that same predictive policing, predictive crime analytics on our own in-house. So if you analyze our year-to-date, which would encompass almost all of Q1 of 2026, it's January and February, we'd be missing most of this month, or half of this month. We have a 33% increase of stolen vehicles from the same time period in 2025. And when we look at that, we know what we know about stolen vehicles is the property crime that runs in cycles. And we have times that we can look at and know and expect we're going to possibly have issues. Not that we will, but that we will possibly have issues. And when we look at what could the cause be from this window of time compared to a like window of time in the same 12-month period, or 14-month period, I guess, the only thing that changed was we turned the cameras off and are in custodies, meaning people we take into custody for stealing vehicles, dropped almost 60% from when we had the cameras on to when we had the cameras off. So that starts to be something we look at. Okay, what we know about people that steal cars, they're usually not stealing one car. It's usually 1, 2, 3, 4. In fact, I think recently in Councilwoman Bonna's district, we got a video taken by residents where they actually was caught on their Ring camera showing a crew coming into their neighborhood.
So because
Yeah.
I want to stay focused a little bit on the statistics.
Yeah,
if we
certainly.
can. So I'm not a mathematician.
Yeah.
I'm married to a mathematician though, right? So
Fantastic.
So one of the things I know, and I've checked with my mathematician in-house, is that when you are comparing, when you're doing a statistical analysis, you need to have a sample size that's large enough to be able to draw conclusions. And so, so you gave me some data, which I appreciate.
Yes.
I asked you to put it on a slide. Does KCRT?
Yeah, I do have it on a slide.
Can you bring up that slide?
Yeah.
Because let's do a little math together.
It is on slide 40, KCRT, please.
So I believe you that, like you looked at January and February, so 2 months, and you saw an increase in stolen vehicles, 33%, and then everyone took up that as a proof that the turning off those cameras increased car thefts. But I want everyone to look at November 2024 to November 2025. In that time period, the number of car thefts went up 50% year to year. And the cameras were still on. So it wasn't caused by cameras being turned off. It just seems to me that sometimes year to year, things fluctuate.
Yeah, no,
And we
absolutely.
can't-
I would
and we
agree.
can't-
I
but
agree
we
with you.
can't- We
Yeah.
can't just pick them and then tell a story. I could pick that and tell the story that, hey, having the flock camera on in November caused this 50% spike in car thefts. I guess people were showing off, you
Yeah.
know, for the camera. You know, like, that's absurd. You know, I'm being absurd there. But what I'm saying is to do a statistical analysis, you can't just cherry pick the month that fits your argument.
Agree. Hold on.
Yeah, don't.
Okay.
Listen.
We're
No.
talking.
Yes, I appreciate
so,
it.
yeah.
So in that same statistical slide that I sent you and the entire council, the two property crime areas that run in cycles, if you looked, there was also burglaries. And so burglaries and stolen vehicles, they were both up almost the same percentage time for the like time period. So we had about a 75-day sample size window of comparison. And those are property crimes that we typically see in these same cycles. And what happens with burglars is the same thing that we see happening with vehicle theft, is it's usually one person committing many of those types of crimes. And that same issue we had was taking less and less people into custody for breaking into people's homes, for example.
So
Yeah.
in respect to my colleagues, I'll stop. But the last thing I'll say is that I wouldn't be entirely surprised if there are statistics that show having these cameras do decrease certain sorts of crimes. But I don't think you've provided them yet. So one of the things I'm going to ask for tonight is that we actually do a more careful statistical analysis of this, and I'll keep my mind open until that comes back.
Certainly.
Thanks.
Privilege.
Mayor, one thing that I have been discussing with staff is the meetings and how we can make sure that all staff feel comfortable at the meetings. And so we know that this is a really highly charged discussion, but we want to make sure that council and the staff and the community feel like this is a safe space and that everyone feels respected.
Yes. So everyone heard that. Let's try to be respectful and don't interrupt people while they're speaking, because I want to hear what they say. Any other speakers? Vice Mayor Robinson?
So thank you for bringing this forward. I know this is a difficult issue. And just for my benefit, could you quickly go over the current contract amendments changes that you are asking us to consider as that would act as kind of safeguards against what happened?
Yes, ma'am. So thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. So in this particular contract amendment, we've been able to negotiate, like I mentioned, the make-whole remedy, which is a very, from my understanding, I have not obviously viewed or researched every flock contract across the country, but my understanding is we would be one of the only, or very few, that have anything like that in our contract that would provide a safeguard or a remedy, I would say, for the council. The other dynamic is I'm asking not for this contract to extend into multiple years, but rather have it go until the end of this year to provide an opportunity for reflection and to see, have the things that Flock has stated they've done to change their operating system. For instance, the national search feature is no longer even an option for any California agency. There's no longer an option for any California agency to develop a relationship with an agency outside the state of California. There is no physical way for an agency outside of California to develop a relationship with any flock agency within the state of California. All of that is codified in this new contract amendment of following those procedures and protocols. Those were some of the things I think Councilwoman Wilson mentioned about how I've become convinced that they're worth a second try, right? Those were some of the things I've considered, along with the make whole remedy, along with not really looking to make this a long-term thing, but giving us an opportunity to see if Flock is still the vendor the council wants to go with in the long term by having an end-of-year deadline to be able to look back and see if things have been the way that they're supposed to be, and to maximize our current investment. So I don't know if that totally answered your question, but those were the things that we looked to put into this contract
Just to be clear too, the per instance make whole remedy was $290,000.
I believe 290. I would have to go back and look at exactly, but I think it was 290. Yeah.
And if I may, Chief, do you also want to mention the RFP that's
Yes,
currently out?
and so I actually do have an RFP out. I have another slide. Well, I don't know that this would be appropriate to put the slide up, but just for the council's knowledge, on February 27th, I issued a request for proposal for other companies and other vendors that would be out there. That proposal is due back to us to close on the 27th of March. And then we have probably about a 60-day window of choosing, analyzing, evaluating, choosing the vendor that we would want to bring back to council for consideration.
That's helpful. So I do want to just state that for me, one of the biggest issues that I have with what happened, and maybe I'll speak more directly to you, is that I find it deeply offensive that Flock allowed that national search feature to be deployed and did not inform us that that was happening, knowing that we're a sanctuary city, knowing that that was a big deal. You have to understand, and you know your system. You should have pointed that out and made it clear. And to me, that was very disingenuous and makes you a company that's not trustworthy. I want to continue to say that, unfortunately, over my 3 years on council, it seems that we have a lot of vendors who don't think it's quite important to adhere to the contracts they have with the city. They can pick and choose what they are going to adhere to and whether or not they're going to value what we say and kind of dare us to say anything about it, or dare us to find it, or dare us to catch them. And it's I don't even have the words. It's obnoxious. And it's, definitely makes it not a company that I'd want to do business with. I don't know if you have anything to say for your company, but this is not an oopsie. You know what your system can do.
Yes. Well, thank you, Council Member, for sharing that. The Flock system was developed mainly as its main purpose to help law enforcement solve crime better and as a deterrence, but it was also meant to be easy to use. We know that a lot of the platforms and systems that law enforcement uses, they're clunky, they don't talk to each other, there's all these other issues, and they're not very usable. One of the reasons why Flock has been successful is that we've made the product easy to use. And in doing so, the options of who you share with was developed universally throughout the country the same. California is an exception, and in terms of its ability, in its restrictions to not share outside of California. And we recognized that that was a shortfall in our product at the time when we assumed that California would use it and agencies would comply with their own policies as they chose fit. And when we realized that many agencies were accidentally sharing on National Lookup without realizing it, we did create the digital fence that Chief Simmons mentioned. So as of last year, March of last year, agencies in California cannot share outside of California, even if they wanted to.
Just for clarifications, you believe that it was the agency's fault?
No, we're not
sharing this
assigning blame with anybody at all. We made the system flexible to use.
I mean, you didn't tell folks in California that that feature was there.
Nobody at our company was actively monitoring the systems or settings of each customer.
Did you mention, or did you make folks aware during the training process that that was a feature that they needed to consider?
I believe that during the training process, the national feature was discussed.
The national feature was discussed, but not in its totality. And I was actually part of that training, and so was IT Manager Tam, but not the two-way reciprocal portion of that national feature.
So I continue to feel like there's some disingenuous things going on here. I don't think it matters, the other things that are being said. I do have other kind of concerns that I wanted to address. And this goes to less this particular company, but kind of the world that we're living in now. And this is the part where, it's hard. Proliferation of surveillance, Ring cameras, phones, security cameras. Every time you cross the bridge, in any bridge in the Bay Area, it's a license plate reader. When we looked at the map, I don't know if we have that map that showed the other jurisdictions that are using Flock.
We do. Would you want that map up?
Yeah,
Okay.
it just.
KCRT, can you please go to slide number 19? Thank you.
And so what was the green again?
Green indicates that, that those are jurisdictions that are sharing with other agencies by choice in California, that are choosing to share info to California agencies.
And then the blue?
The blue is, those are agencies that are not sharing. They're closed databases that solely are contained within their agency only.
And the list of jurisdictions down the side, what is that?
Those are the jurisdictions just in Contra Costa County that are currently using Flock technology.
So one of the things that this picture painted for me is it seems like no matter where you go in the Bay Area, as long as you don't stay only in Richmond, who have our cameras turned off, that you're going to encounter a camera, that you're going to, your license plate is going to be registered. Like if you go to Safeway, that's in El Cerrito. If you go to, Hercules, if you go to all of this list of folks here, Berkeley, I think, was on the list, San Francisco, there's cameras capturing people's things. And I don't think that it's realistic to believe that people who live in Richmond only stay in Richmond. So when I try to think about what is it that we're talking about here, it's hard for me to understand how having a blackout space in Richmond where people are traveling using all of these different systems provides true security from this kind of surveillance. It's hard for me to understand, unless they only stay in their house in Richmond. Then they can be safe. They're not going to go to El Cerrito. They're not going to go across a bridge. They're not going to, use a card or a thing, or they're not going to have a phone, And so that also is something that I feel like I have to consider, right? We live in a different world. There's so many, I think Safeway knows more about me than I know about me. And all that data from all those systems are all stored in other places. I don't have control over it, even if I say my little thing on my thing, and I'm really good at trying to not click all the things. Even the apps that I have ask me, apps that have nothing to do with maps, will ask me if they want me to be tracked.
I'll let you finish one more sentence. You've overdone your time.
Okay. So I feel like one other concern that I want to mention is the reverse effect. If Richmond is a black hole, who is that going to look attractive to? And I worry about that, and I want to be honest about that. That if people know there'll be a slower response in Richmond, we do not have cameras. If I was somebody who needed to do what I do, and it's not legal, I'd go to Richmond. Yeah. So for me, this question is company that I don't trust, an enormous amount of investment. I think it was $250,000 in equipment, and some issues around how we understand surveillance is actually happening in 2026. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. I think for me, the biggest thing is that we are like in our city, yeah, we don't have control over everything. But in our city, I think I hope that we can do whatever we want to protect or thank you. Whatever we want, we have to do to protect our community. And having a company that, first of all, is making us liable. They put in the contract knowing that we were a sanctuary city, that you can share data. That is actually acting in bad faith. Because it's like until, they may not cash us, and we didn't do it. That is also on us, right? Then you only not violating just city, making us violating city policy, but like state policies as well. And until people start talking about that, then this company didn't say anything. You were mad because they didn't tell you anything. So for me, it's hard, and I want to be really honest. It's not about whether we have flag, it's not about whether we have the cameras or not. It's about this company that is lying to us and putting us in all these situations.
Excuse me, I had asked people to be respectful, so please, please, be the kind of person you want other people to be.
And I really value that you turned the cameras, right? I really value that you did that for the community. And I truly believe that you did it also because you understand the trauma that the immigrant community is having right now. Mothers are calling me and are calling people to say if it's safe to go to the school and pick up the kids when they had been seeing that, maybe ICE is in our community. Sometimes it's a false report, but that generates that fear. Saying that we had these cameras, even if they leave Richmond, saying that we had these cameras here that according to this report that is making us liable, and we are going to be sued because we approve a contract that makes to violate our own policies. And I heard one of the comments saying, you made policies and you violated them. But now they are saying, let's continue with FLOC. So it's like telling us to continue to violating our policies when they are criticizing us for for doing that. So if what I was expecting when you sent us that email saying, I found this, I was expecting that you were coming before and I have a conversation with you and you told me I should have brought this before. And what I told you was that I was hoping that you were bringing other options because other options, like you mentioned, that other options are available. So why you decided to go with flags, knowing all the controversy, you being really mad about what they had done, about them not explaining to you the feature, and just trying to kind of like, it's kind of like, don't tell me, don't ask, don't tell, something like that. So I genuinely want to know.
Yeah. No,
Why are you
that's a
doing
fair
that?
question, Councilwoman Menez. Thank you. So part of my analysis, it was a journey to get there. It was multiple meetings. There was a council member this last week or two asked me about my interactions with Flock, if I had had any, and the answer is absolutely. I had had many Zoom meetings with executives, meetings in person. I wanted to give them the 20-question grill of what occurred, what happened. I want to understand everything, and those meetings took time. Understanding what occurred and processing it in real time took time. Understanding what changes Flock has made has taken time to see what safeguards they put in place. And the best way I can liken it to is with any technology, you're going to have a risk-reward assessment that is done. Whether it's in the police department or any city department or any business for that matter, there's always going to be potential side effects that you have to figure out how to mitigate, or you have to figure out how to deal with if they happen. But the overall mission, the overall goal, the reward that you're after, you have to weigh those things. And in that process, I was weighing what it was going to take to totally remove Flock as a vendor, to totally procure another vendor, the amount of time it took to go from procuring Flock Safety to actually being able to go live with Flock Safety was months and months and months, because those things don't turn over overnight. And so looking at the community benefit, I've come prepared with a list of, we talked a little bit about statistics, but really what I'm mostly interested in is the stories of the real people that we deal with every day, that are victims of horrendous crimes. And when we know that there were tools that were available at our disposal that we were using, to be able to find resolution and bring restitution to victims. And then when I see the lag and I see the issues where folks are going months upon months with no resolution, I'm very careful right now, because I was accused of politicizing the last issue that I brought forward in real time when I learned about it. And I do not want to exploit or politicize any victim ever in this city. From my mouth or from my intention will there ever be of the politicization of a victim in our community, because that's a very real thing they go through. But I have the stories of the cases, and if you knew them, if you knew what they were dealing with and how we were trying to find resolution, and most of these crimes that are committed, I have a list of 51 open cases right now that are violent felonies, that had we had our cameras operable, if that situation did not unfold with Flock, had they been operable, the tool to our disposal. I'm not going to ever sit here and say that Flock will solve the crime. I'm going to tell you that Flock is a tool. Flock Safety, ALPR, let me say it that way. ALPR was a tool to help us solve crime and bring resolution to these victims. And not having that tool, knowing it exists, is the part that doesn't sit well with me as a police chief. And that's part of what my analysis was.
So I am also waiting that, because I had the other side of the stories. We have heard like women that are seeking abortions in other states because where they live is illegal, and this Flock, they start being criminalized because they had found them doing that with the cameras. So I have the other side where, and this is my fear, I am also weighing my decisions about this with the knowledge that some people can be prosecuted because they had this information, and I don't want that.
Yeah.
So that is my thing, is like how I am, like ICE came to my neighborhood, like nearby, and took 2 members of the community, right? So that is also the other story. And I think like we don't have the statistics of that. And I would like to have more statistics about how these cameras are helping, because what I am hearing from this conversation about data is that probably yes, probably no. We don't
sorry.
know. And I will
Your
finish.
time is up, so I will
Okay.
give you a little bit of time to finish.
Yeah.
Quickly.
So for me is that we are dealing with bad deals here, and this is another bad deal. We cannot be trusting a company that tricked you and wasn't really at front and made you to turn off the cameras. And because of that, there were some repercussions. So we want to have safety, but the safety of our community is not contracting with flock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 5 minutes before we adjourn, unless we.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to continue the meeting until the end of this item.
And we include the next item as well? It's left over from last time? Item X4.
Well, there's several items from last time. I think let's just get through this. I don't know that we're going to be done in 30 minutes anyways.
Okay.
Okay, so we
I'll
have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Zepeda's motion.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner? Yes. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, Councilmember Brown.
Okay. Try to get through this, because this is really a conversation that is overdue, and a conversation that I believe is very divisive in nature when we're talking about protecting our immigrant communities. Although we saw that graph and the increase while the cameras were still on, that we want to be mindful that the presence of cameras doesn't necessarily deter crime, but it does support our staff in identifying and solving incidents more quickly. And I believe that's the objective of this tool. I want to respond to one of my colleagues' comments about fear. And I just want to say that fear isn't an isolated feeling that only exists within the immigrant community. I believe it stems across communities. My 16-year-old son has never walked to our local corner store. That's a real thing for me. I would never let him walk to the store. Even when I drive him to the store, I get out and go get whatever he needs out of the store, because that's a real thing. People will drive up in the city of Richmond, jump out with assault rifles, and spray your entire car. It's really sad that we are debating the safety and we're sort of pitting communities against one another, because I want to emphasize that public safety is immigrant safety, and protecting one community while leaving others vulnerable is not public safety, it's negligence. And I believe that there were some errors, initial errors in the flock system, and I do understand the concerns about us starting in 2023, but not finding out into 25 about the potential exposure, or the exposure, I wouldn't say potential, but the exposure. Fortunately, the information wasn't shared. That was fortunately. What I did see is that there was a situation that was identified that, and also it was repaired by Flock. They cut it off. Even if you try to accidentally look up, like, you can't even do that. So I feel that technology across the board, wherever, technology across the board is not a complete guarantee that no incidents or functionality concerns will arise. That's technology. But what I'm most concerned about is when those type of situations do arise, how do we address it? How do we address it? Do we throw the entire system away or do we fix it? And I want to share something too regarding Flock because, and I thank you for joining us. And I'm so saddened that all of the Flock raw is coming on you. But nonetheless, Flock went through a competitive RFP process. They went through a competitive process. So it's not like we just pull Flock out of the sky. They went through a very competitive vetting process. And out of all of the vendors locally within California, nationally, and even internationally, Flock outperformed them all. And I don't know anybody from Flock or paid by Flock. I could care less who the vendor is. However, the systems in our community need to return to its normal state, regardless if it's not deterring crime, it's helping our officers and investigators solve it more quickly. And not only did Flock outperform, but out of 200 and on a 300 scale, they had 295 points. That goes to show that there was something appealing about Flock that attracted the city of Richmond to the company. So I believe that we should take our chief's recommendations. If we could praise him for shutting off the system whenever he saw fit that something wasn't right, why can't we trust him and with that same responsibility of returning the system when he's telling us this is what's going to help my department run more efficiently? We're not the experts in the room. And also, just to reiterate, we're critically understaffed at the Richmond Police Department. I have families that call me all the time about, I haven't heard anything from this, I haven't heard anything from that. And all I can say that if we do away with not returning.
Excuse me, your time is up already.
Okay, I didn't hear a noise or anything.
Yeah, I know.
That's fine.
I'm protecting us from the noise by
Thank you.
stopping
Can I
you.
finish the last little part?
Yes.
Thank you. So, where was I? If we don't, our staff is our department is critically understaffed, and this is a tool to assist with keeping things more efficient. And my last point, Mayor Martinez stole it from me because he cut me off. But nonetheless, I am a proponent for returning Flock or whoever. I'm extending the contract of Flock until the council sees fit to find another vendor. But I don't believe that the discussion of who the vendor is in this moment should dictate the safety of the public safety. Thank you.
Councilmember Urbana.
Thank you. I make it brief because I already talked. So I just have a couple of points with regards to what Councilmember Wilson said. That I believe what she said, that we shouldn't trust the chief to be a data security expert, but I believe we should believe the chief that crime has risen without the cameras. And in my own community, it's a residential community. There are not many businesses, so usually crimes are more around commercial area. We never had so many crimes that the residents would contact me in addition to contacting the chief. So I contacted the chief. There has been a wave of car theft. There has been a wave of armed house robberies. It has really shaken the community. It's been very scary to them. And everybody's asking for the camera. I just have a brief question for Shannon Moore, our city attorney, because it was mentioned that we will be sued. Again, I don't believe we have inherently good or bad companies. They're all profit motivated. It's upon us to have safeguards and guardrails, to have a good contract. Can we do it?
Is your question, can we develop a contract that has legal protections such
Right.
that we that the city has remedies to pursue if any sort of breaches occur? Yes, the answer to that question is yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for being here again, and thank you for being here. I will start with questions because that's where this timing is for. Can you share, and I know you shared a little bit ago, you don't want to politicize any of the victims, but unfortunately, our failure to do something, those victims become statistics. And unless we talk about them, people will not know about them. So last time you shared about one individual, a minor, who was being trafficked and we couldn't find her. Are you able to share type of incidents or crimes where the cameras would have assisted in the investigation?
Sure. Like I referenced earlier, I do have a list of 51 felony cases right now where the cameras would have been of assistance, and the types of offenses those are, they're armed robberies, brandishing a firearm, assault with a deadly weapon, armed robbery, attempted homicide, assault with a firearm, shooting, strong armed robbery, homicide, and they're all like that, all 51. I'm not going to bore the council with going down that list, but they're all like that. Some of the ones that really stand out to me, I turned the cameras off on November 19th, and on November 23rd, we had an armed carjacking of a senior citizen in our community that ultimately led to that senior citizen being shot in the commission of the armed carjacking. We are still investigating that case today. That was back in May, and I'm sorry, not May, that was back in November. Attempted homicide, December 13th, involving juveniles. It was 3 juveniles. The juvenile victim that was shot, it was an attempt murder. He's probably not going to ever recover. This case has been in the media. It's a case we're still investigating. He will probably be in some form of medical paralysis the rest of his life. That was on South 25th Street. We had a homicide, actually in your district, Councilmember Cepeda, at the IHOP, that we had descriptions of vehicles. Unfortunately, that case ended with the suspect taking his own life, but we would have potentially had an opportunity to get to him first. We have another human trafficking case that's happening right now, where we have vehicle descriptions of the pimp that is moving this individual. It is a Richmond case, not an out-of-town case. We have another attempted homicide that was in February on 22nd Street that was in broad daylight. I think Councilwoman Brown alluded to how there can be a situation where someone jumps out of the car and sprays your car with bullets. That's essentially what happened here. There was at least 25 rounds fired from an automatic weapon from one vehicle to the next, and this was right in front of McDonald's on 23rd Street. Two shooting vehicles, both with automatic rifles. We had vehicle descriptions, but by the time we were able to pull video to get those descriptions, the cars were long gone. Anyways, I could go on. There's more and more that
Chief,
I've
can you
prepared,
share?
those are the types of cases I'm talking about, not stolen vehicles, although those are very important. These are the real victims and cases where we really are trying to bring closure for and justice for people that are forever changed.
And you just mentioned that you pulled video. Where did you pull it from, since the cameras were not on?
We're getting video from local businesses. We have to knock on doors and try to pull the video from neighborhoods. Ring cameras, I think, was mentioned by somebody on the dais. Sometimes we're getting them from our own CCTV camera, because CCTV is still up. But if it doesn't catch the plate, we have just the description. If we would have description of the vehicle, we could run it through the ALPR side of the house to see where that car is moving at that moment. So CCTV helps on one hand, but it can be help only to a point where the ALPR would help on the other hand.
So if I'm hearing you right, we've got cameras
Yes.
somewhere, someone. I know for IHOP, the cameras were at McDonald's, they were at the Ford dealership, they were at the building next door. And it took the officers, and I walked around with you as well, so I was able to see where they were, but it took the officers much longer than it should have to get that data and then potentially save the criminal who shot the other person. We could have saved a life potentially.
That's correct, yeah.
So cameras are still there. So the surveillance, it's either our cameras and we have access to save lives, or we spend more time trying to find who may have a working camera.
Correct.
That's what I'm hearing. Thank you. You mentioned query and the word accessible. Can you provide your definition of what those two words are?
Yeah, so the data, I have evidence that I can prove that the data became accessible, but I have no evidence to prove that the data was ever accessed by anybody and used in any way, shape, or form. In other words, this cup is accessible to me, and now I have access to this cup, and I'm using this cup in some way, shape, or form. So I know that our data became accessible, but we have no evidence that data was extracted from our database and then obtained and used in any way, shape, or form. And that's part of my analysis what has brought me back to this table today and last council meeting was weighing what has the damage been. And I know there's been damage, I recognize that, but if I need chemotherapy because I have cancer, I'm gonna take the chemotherapy and I understand the side effects that I'm gonna have to deal with. I'm gonna try to deal and mitigate those side effects to the best of my ability, right? That's in my family right now, which is why it's coming to my mind. It's the same type of thing. We're doing everything we believe is the right thing to do to mitigate what the risks were so that we can continue to provide the service for what we think the issue is for our community.
Thank you for that. And then a question, because we're focusing on Flock a lot because the RPD owns the contract. So because you own the contract, all we're talking about is RPD. But I believe that cameras have also helped other departments like Public Works and our fire department. Can you share a little bit about that?
Well, if I may, can I just invite Public Works Director and our fire chief to the podium and they can answer a direct question for you, please?
I'm going to let the chief go first.
At least you're consistent, Daniel. Good evening. I'm sorry. Councilmember Zepeda, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Can you share with us any instances where some of these cameras have been helpful to the fire department?
So we don't actually have any involvement with the license plate readers. What we were beginning to look at to pilot a joint project with the police department, which also involved Flock, was the DFR, the drone as a first responder. There are certain emergency incidents, that the real-time footage of the scene helps us make incident command decisions, resource orders. We've used them, not the Flock drones, but we have used drones through a neighboring, through El Cerrito Fire, and one through the police department's other drone program they had, to get real-time footage of wildfires in areas where there's no aircraft responding on that initial response. So we can kind of see where the fire front is headed, what houses are threatened. There was a use for us. We were looking at using them potentially for hazardous materials incidents, where we can get reconnaissance and real-time footage without putting our personnel at risk initially. There's also certain types of rescues, technical rescues, such as cliff rescues or water rescues off the coast that we could utilize the drone for. So that's the program we were just beginning to discuss and doing some demos. It would be launching automatically through a GPS signal and coordinates to a dispatch location for an incident. So we never got the program off the ground because the program was shut down because of what the chief discovered. But that was kind of the potential we're looking at maximizing the use of the drone program.
Thank you. Next in line.
Oh, next in line. Yeah, for the record, Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director. So we pilot a program back in November 2024. We activated in 5 of our 26 illegal dumping hotspots locations. We install float cameras combined with solar lighting. What happens is the float cameras need power, and then we cannot install them in PG&E poles, and then we need to work with PG&E, and that's a long process, and then we don't get the permits from PG&E to install them in their poles. So we decided to identify locations where we can install our own poles, solar lighting that could power these cameras. So in the 5 locations that we install, when we talk about a illegal dumping hotspot, we're talking about a location that at least twice a week we go and collect illegal dumping. So at least twice a week, every single week of the year. So in these 5 locations, that has reduced to about 3 times per month. And we suspect that the people who don't do that have moved to other areas, but at those 5 locations, it has reduced considerably.
Thank you for that. Now, you also heard a story where cameras, excuse me, I believe there might have been flock cameras that might have also helped with one of the arsonists in one of the big fires in California. Are you able to share?
Yes. As is with any other crime, 70% of crimes have a vehicle involved. And that is the reason why there's so much diversity in the types of crimes that Flock is associated with and helping to resolve. There was a arsonist in Mendocino County, and with the Flock cameras, we were able to identify the vehicles that had passed a certain point at that time when the fires were starting, and we were able to apprehend the arson suspects at the time.
Thank you. I asked that because I know Councilmember Bonner is very much into fire stuff, so, or non-fire stuff, so it's more for her, so she knows it's a tool for her. Thank you. Now, in regards to sensitive areas that were mentioned, are we able to make sure that the cameras are not in any of these sensitive areas, that they're not focusing anywhere there?
Yeah, we actually have policy that prohibits that from being the case. Reproductive locations, hospitals, things of that nature. You know, cities like San Jose, you'll read in the news that they've made like a drastic change in their flock policy. Their drastic change complies now with what our policy has always been. And that's deleting data every 30 days, not having cameras. Like, we have been conservative in our policy from day one.
Thank you for that. Next, I want to ask, because there's the question of you went out to an RFP, right? So you have always been proactive, and that is something that I appreciate you since I've known you. And you were proactive in turning them off because you had a concern. You were proactive when you heard that there might be further concerns, so you did the RFP already proactively. It still hasn't come back yet. But if we were to even try to move to a new company, can you share a little bit about some of the constraints we will be going against? So cost, time.
Yeah, sure. So to give you an idea of what our current, like Upstart, I call them what our sunken costs are to get off the ground with flock safety when we onboarded them in 2023, we're about $244,000 in expenses to get moving. That's $166,000 in installation fees and about $76,000 in staff costs to do the install along with them. That was in 2022, 2023. So I'm not sure. I cannot answer right now what will those costs be on another vendor. We're waiting for that to come back within the context of the RFP to see what will those sunken costs be to get started again in another vendor if we take the current system out and we transition to another system. It would be 2026 numbers, not 2023 numbers. I would plan on having probably about a 20% increase is kind of my best guess. Again, it's just a best guess that we would be looking at probably about 350,000 or so to get rolling again. So our total sunken cost between the two systems would be a little over $500,000. In terms of time, projected timeline, and I do have this on a slide. If I could have KCRT please put up slide number 38. I would appreciate that so that the council can see. I want to make a quick correction. The second arrow is actually supposed to say March 27th, not March 3rd. So please make that correction for yourself. It was a typo on my part, and I did not get the updated PowerPoint in time. So February 27th, I put the request for proposal out. On March 27th, we expect that to close and start receiving those proposals through the procurement process of the city. Between March 30th and May 30th, that's the vendor evaluation and selection time period. It's an extended time period because this is a very comprehensive implementation of a technology system. It's an ALPR, it's a CCTV, it's a DFR program. It's not a quick analysis. We have to make sure that the systems are compatible with the locations that we currently have. Do we have to find different locations? Do we have to find different power sources? There's an extensive evaluation we'll have to make once we see what vendor points out the best or performs the best. So we would hope to have that done by May 30th. July 1st is fiscal year's close, where there are no POs and we're not bringing anything new to the council. July 6th is when I would propose to have the next potential vendor option or presentation of what process we went through to the council. September, we would be in hopefully full contract with the new vendor and start working on all the city permits. So what you have to also factor in is each one of the devices require a separate city permit. So right now we have 188 devices. So that's the permitting process for 188 different devices and locations that have to occur. So it's an extensive staff process there. I would hope that my goal would be that by October, the installation of new hardware would begin. And I want to say it would begin because when we onboarded Flock Safety, Eric, how long was the total process from the time we started installing Flock Safety to the time we had our system up and running completely?
So we started in March, and I think we had all the cameras installed within 6 months.
So I just want the council to understand it's not an overnight process. It's a very labor-intensive process, and we would have to overlap that process with coordinating with Flock to remove the current infrastructure so that we can install new infrastructure. So those are just the realities of the situation.
So we're looking for maybe about a year and a half if we were to put in a new system.
I would hope sooner. I would hope sooner, maybe 12 to 14 months.
Okay. Thank you for that slide. I want to put a little bit of context as well in regards to stuff that I've been seeing out there in the internet world, where certain groups are calling, saying that RPD is doing mass immigration surveillance, which is fake news. It is wrong and it is bad, and what they're doing is they're causing fear in our communities. Instead of going out into our communities and telling them the different tools that could be available to protect them. There was an article that I read a couple of months ago where ICE is using our own cell phones, and they have what they call cell site simulators. So if they really wanted to find you, they don't need to get into our data. they can use our cell phone and ping off their own towers to find us. And we're not talking about that to the community.
Your time is
So
up.
we want to make sure, thank you, if I can just finish really
Sure.
quickly. So we want to make sure that we let people know the right stuff in there, and we're not doing surveillance. I trust you, and I trust that you're going to help us get us to the right place to continue keeping our community safe. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Wilson?
Question for City Attorney. Could someone who is stalking me do a public record request act to get the data of where in Richmond my car has been spotted on flock cameras?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. If someone is stalking me and wants to know where I go in Richmond, can they do a Public Records Act request to see where my car goes, has been spotted in Richmond? There's a camera right at the end of my block, so.
Can Eric, I think Eric Tam can help me respond to that request, that question.
Councilmember, I believe I know what you're referring to. There's a case, I believe, out of Washington that caused that concern. And my understanding is that that case decision is specific to the state of Washington. It does not impact California agencies, and it would be actually against the law. They could submit the PRA, but it'd be not responsive. We don't provide that data via PRA. It's not something that we would release.
Right now, under AB 34 in California, it is illegal to share AOPR data that is obtained in the state of California.
Is that the legal opinion of the?
Yes, that's true. He's correct on the law there.
Okay. My next question for the city attorney is our city sanctuary city policy says we cannot do business with any businesses that broker data to ICE. It doesn't say they have to broker our data to ICE. I think the fact that Flock continues to have what's called a side door relationship with ICE, in which, their client, they stopped directly contracting with the federal government, but it's widely known other clients pass the data to the federal government, including ICE. And so to me, that constitutes a data broker relationship with ICE.
I understand your question. I need to look at our specific sanctuary city policy. I can spend a couple minutes looking at it, because I think your question is broader. It's not just our data, it's
Even if we believe, which I don't, that our data is siloed, I think the fact that data in other parts of the country are going to ICE through Flock means Flock brokers data for ICE, which is a violation of our sanctuary policy. Last question. Councilmember Brown said, you said too, so you backed it up, that there's no evidence that the data was accessed. Can you talk me through what investigation you did in order to reach that conclusion?
Audited our system to see if we were able to determine if any agency utilized our data, and Flock was not able to tell us if any data was ever extracted out of our database. So I have no evidence from the data side if there was anything used, and I've had no case, no allegation.
So
I've had.
Sorry, but no evidence that it happened. Do you have evidence that it did not happen?
No, I do not.
So it might have happened.
It potentially could have, yeah. I'm just simply saying nothing's ever come to the surface in my world to understand it.
I get it. But there's a difference there. We don't actually have any evidence that it didn't happen. It might have.
Right.
Okay, last thing I'll say is nearly 50 cities have dropped Flock in recent months. 3 years ago, that map with the Flock dots was empty because no one had Flock. And 3 years from now, it can also be empty of Flock if people like us as decision makers stop enabling this company by giving it new contracts. So it's going to be a no for me tonight.
Thank you. I want, excuse me, I want to let everyone know that Vice Mayor Robinson, Councilmember Jimenez, Councilmember Brown, and Councilmember Cepeda has used all their time. I refused Jimenez and Brown to speak extra because their time was used up. At this point, Wilson has 19 seconds.
I don't need it.
And Bana has 1 minute and 5 seconds. So, and I have 5 minutes. So, yes.
So The question is the reader read only selected vehicles, or does the reader randomly select vehicles, or read all of them, or you,
It reads the license plate of every vehicle that passes in front of it.
okay, but doesn't detect, answers the question, I guess. Just helping a colleague who
Yeah,
ran out
no,
of
if there's a
time.
question, I'm happy to answer whatever the question is.
So you already issued RFP.
Yes.
What triggered that?
Just very sensitive to the nature of this conversation and the council and the diversity of opinions. And really what I'm after is protecting the technology in this community. I am not a Flock representative. I'm not any other company representative, but I think the technology in our community is beneficial to this community. So if the council had a decision one way tonight, I want it to be prepared to come back to council into the future with more options. And I'm trying to just cover all of my bases.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say, I really appreciate your transparency with the community and with the council, and you're being proactive and caring for the safety and security of the community. Thank you very much.
All right. I want to be clear that I'm not opposed to ALPR technology, but if we're going to use it, we have to do it ethically and responsibly. And we have to do it with safeguards that are strong enough to protect our communities, especially our immigrant communities. I don't trust Flock, and I have good reason not to. In Illinois, the Secretary of State's office discovered that the U.S. Customs and Borders Protection gained access to license plate data through Flock's system in direct violation of their state law. And the Secretary of State said, this sharing of license plates data of motorists who drive on Illinois roads is a clear violation of the state law. And the audit found that Flock did not have proper safeguards in place for data sharing. That's a real failure involving federal access to local data that puts vulnerable communities at risk. And the Amazon cloud is not a safe place. I mean, everyone keeps their data there, but it's not safe. I mean, we have white hats and black hats in the community, and the hats change colors depending on what side you're on. So there are people who know how and do access data off of the Amazon cloud. So we need to have a company that is based in California. We need a company that's based in California because they will be more restricted by California law, because they will know that law and they will adhere to that law. And it also keeps the money in the California economy. We want to keep the California economy strong. And another thing I have about, excuse me, I have asked for you to be respectful and to not talk out while the council is deliberating. You've done a pretty good job up until now, so please. I'm asking you, does Flock do lobbying? Does Flock lobby?
Do we have lobbyists?
Yes.
Yes, we have lobbyists.
And do you have one here?
No, we do not.
You do not have one here?
No, we do not. We have one in San Francisco.
I see. So there's no one in this audience that's paid by your company to influence the council through community?
Correct.
Okay, well then, so the stories that I heard about Edward Escobar speaking on the radio station, saying that Flock paid him, was that all AI?
I heard that comment in one of the public comment speakers who dialed in as well. I can tell you that we are not paying anybody to be here. And what we heard in that public comment, those accusations were false.
Well, I heard the broadcast myself. So either I'm hearing things or someone on the radio is pretending to be Edward Escobar and lying. So, this makes me trust you even less.
Flock is not paying that man.
Okay, well then we have someone in the community who's playing the council. So, this thing about politicizing individuals. At the last council meeting, you mentioned someone who was in dire straits and that you had 2 officers out looking for her.
6.
You had 6. And you didn't put an APB out for her? You didn't do an Amber Alert? You didn't give any information
That is correct.
to anyone? And why is that?
Because there are investigative techniques that police use to find missing people, that if we do other counter things that folks might think we should do, it otherwise jeopardizes the case. And that's actually all I can talk about that, and it's also not a case out of the city of Richmond. It's a case that belongs to another jurisdiction. And so our ability to move on certain things and do certain things are not Richmond PD's decisions. They come out of other jurisdictions' decisions, and we can't compromise their case. There's a lot that goes on to find somebody like that, and I have to be as general and generic as possible because there's a lot that we can say that could happen that can trigger unintentionally an outcome that is more damning than what we start with.
Okay, so Contra Costa County has a contract with Floss. So we're in the middle of Contra Costa County. So were they able to track this phone in the rest of Contra Costa County?
So Flock doesn't track phones.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, track the license plate.
I'm not sure what Contra Costa County was able to do. Again, this was not our investigation. It was an outside agency's investigation. We were operating as an outside assist while we had evidence that the person was here in our city.
Okay, so then once they left the city, then they were in Contra Costa County?
The responsibility of the investigating agency.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so then once they left, then they were someone else's responsibility, and there's nothing that we could have done, even with cameras.
Oh, correct. Well, no, if we had the cameras on at the time, there's a lot we could have done.
After they left?
Oh, no, after they left, after they left, it's a mute point after they left, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a very important point because, well, actually, there's no way to know since the other jurisdictions aren't communicating with us about the case. I guess they're communicating with Stanislaus County.
No, they were communicating with us, which is why we knew they were here.
I know, but after they left, you didn't know where they were.
Right.
And so they stopped communicating with you after they left. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's the point I was making.
Okay.
So, I am very confused about this lobbying point. You have a lobbyist. There's someone here who says that he was paid by you, and you say that you didn't have any doings with you. So I think that you can't be trusted, and I will ask for a motion.
Shannon needs to answer the question.
Sanctuary City.
Yes.
Someone else was talking to me in my ear, sorry.
We were just wondering if you have an opinion on the point I was making about Sanctuary City data brokering.
So the original contract that Flock entered into required Flock to comply with our sanctuary city policy, and they did so. And we have, if you look at the attachment to the agenda item, they did comply with our sanctuary city ordinance. And I will say that our policy itself specifically states, let me pull it. If we want to go into specifics, that no person or entity that provides ICE with any, quote, data broker or extreme vetting services, they're prohibited from doing that, and there's defined terms around what constitutes a data broker or extreme vetting service, which I can read those definitions, but my belief is, and Flock has attested to this under penalty of perjury, that they do not, they're not considered a data broker extreme vetting. And I can go and, do you want me to read the definitions? Okay. All right. So a data broker is the collection of information, including personal information about consumers from a wide variety of sources for the purposes of reselling such information to their customers, which includes both private sector businesses and government agencies. So it's the resell. I think I'd focus on that piece. And then the second form of a data broker is the aggregation of data that was collected for another purpose from that for which it is ultimately used. The aggregation of data that was collected for another purpose from that for which it is ultimately used. I didn't draft this policy. It's interesting, huh? Yeah. Okay, that's data broker. Extreme vetting means data mining, threat modeling.
No, I wasn't interested. It was the data broker.
It was the second. Yeah. It was the second provision. So I will tell you that that Flock did sign our sanctuary city policy when it originally. You're aware of this when it originally entered into the contract. So it and it attested under penalty of perjury that it was not a data broker as defined by our sanctuary city policy.
I believe that, but I think that is what they do.
All right.
Is it time for a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we not renew this contract, but we go with the RFP and try to find a company in the state of California.
Can I make a replacement motion, please?
Well, I need a second first.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I make a motion that we move the item as is.
I second.
Okay.
Point of clarification.
Yeah, can I clarify that? Is that okay? Yeah. So I think we want to make sure that we direct the city, if you're going with your motion, direct the city attorney and city manager to negotiate a contract amendment with Flock that includes an unauthorized sharing provision. I want to make sure we've negotiated, the exact language and terms of an amendment that's legally sound and that is in the best interest of the city.
Thank you, and that we own our own data.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the motion. And I still have a second?
We already own our own data, right?
Why?
Yeah. I second.
And again, just point of clarification, we have two options in front of us, and you're going option A.
Option A, yes.
Okay.
What is option A?
Option A is
The motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready? Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner.
Voting on my motion, yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
No.
Councilmember Wilson.
No.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion passes. With council members Jimenez, Wilson, and Mayor Martinez voting no.
I would like to, excuse me, I need quiet now because I would like to adjourn. Excuse me.
She hasn't, which is why she doesn't understand.
I would,
She hasn't.
excuse me. I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Letitia Tish Bobo of Richmond. She was an 8th grade school teacher and musician who was fatally shot on Saturday, March 7th, 2026 in Oakland. Thank you. Good night.